There's a video at the end of the story for you to watch. I'm in university right now, but I'm staying with my parents at their house for the summer. I was hanging out with one of my friends, and we decided to go to a party. I met this guy that was around my age. We were talking and having fun, but it was nothing too serious or anything like that, or at least so I thought. We exchanged phone numbers. We hung out a couple of times, but he became incredibly clingy right from the start, so I just decided to distance myself and hope that he would take the hint and back off. Well, he didn't. When I stopped responding, he sent me message over message, hundreds of them, each message becoming increasingly more aggressive as time went on. Keep in mind, it's been less than 2 weeks since we first met. I finally responded and told him he needed to chill out. He appeared to calm down after I responded to that, but then he asked for a phone call. I agreed. We talked for a little while, and he told me he couldn't stop thinking about me, that I was the best thing that ever happened to him, etc. Just a bunch of stuff that is way too intense to say to someone you barely know. I tried letting him down gently, reminding him that I was only home for the summer and wasn't looking for anything serious beyond a fling. But this only makes him angrier. He starts yelling at me, insulting me, calling me a slut. Basically a complete 180 from what he'd been saying mere minutes ago. Then all of a sudden the phone went silent. After a pause, he said in a quiet voice, "You better get ready, because I'm coming over for you." And then he hung up the phone. This was very frightening because he knew my parents were out of town for the week, and that I was staying at their house all alone. However, he didn't know where my parents' house was because I was always the one driving. He didn't know my friend either, so I thought he had no way of figuring it out. Since again, I'm normally living at school in another state. Regardless of all this, I locked all the doors and shut the blinds just in case. After a while, maybe an hour or so, I fall asleep. When I woke up and looked at my phone, I saw I had a notification on my lock screen. It was from the Ring app, indicating there'd been movement on my parents' camera. It was him. If you watch the video, you can clearly see that something is in his hand. When he noticed the camera, however, he left. I immediately blocked him on everything and reported the incident. I have no idea what he planned to do once he got here. It was terrifying to realize that he'd come over while I was asleep and defenseless and completely unaware of his presence. As I would later find out, he was able to get my address from my phone number. Apparently, he Googled it, and it returned my dad's name as the owner of the phone number, along with my parents' address. Since I'm on my parents' phone plan, I guess it shows up that I still live here. This revelation was f***ing horrifying, as I never knew my phone number could reveal the home address. I'm still extremely upset that this kind of private information is on the internet for anyone to find, as it's incredibly dangerous that websites will just give this away to anyone. Please, learn from my mistakes and do not give anyone your phone number unless you actually trust them. I found out that you can get a free Google Voice number to text and call people, and that number can't be traced back to you so easily. My advice is to use a disposable number for anyone you're talking to that you meet informally or online. I still can't sleep at night, and I hope this never happens to anyone else. Here's the video if you're curious at all to watch it. I'd like to preface this story by acknowledging the truthfulness or reliability of asylum or escape mental patient stories, as they tend to be questionable. The reason why I'm skeptical of those stories is that large-scale closures of asylums began in 1967 through the 1980s and were completely decommissioned by 2015. So I raise my eyebrow whenever someone talks about spooky asylum stories, that happened within the last 2 decades or so. Still, I will be sharing my story as factually as memory allows and refrain from exaggerating any aspect because unfortunately, the story is true through and through. I often would visit my grandparents' home in Traverse City in northern Michigan during the summers with my parents. Traverse City is a beautiful place, produces 75% of the world's cherries, and was home to the Traverse City Regional Psychiatric Hospital, which operated from 1885 to 1989. Since the United States federal government officially deemed the hospital worthy of preservation for its historical significance, the buildings on hospital grounds were guarded by patrolling security guards. The hospital was massive, including 70 or 80 buildings of various sizes. Some buildings have now been converted into restaurants, gift shops, tourism traps, cafes, etc. But many remain empty and abandoned. Underneath the hospital is a sprawling brick tunnel system, which the hospital staff used to safely transport the patients from building to building in the frigid winter temperatures. I am sure that there were instances where the patients underwent cruel treatment or were just subjected to the care of horrible doctors. But the psych hospital did have a great reputation. Many teenagers, including myself at the time, were fascinated with the hospital and its history. As a result, we would often break into abandoned buildings through unbarred windows or doors with pickable padlocks. While there were a few cases where teens would get caught and charged with breaking and entering. As long as we were stealthy though, and stuck to our safe entrances, and paid attention to the guards' patrol patterns, we could get in and out without worry. I'm not advocating or trying to justify criminal acts of breaking and entering, but breaking into the old hospital was almost a rite of passage for teens at the time. The hospital's interior was terrifying. There was old, stained, and broken equipment and furniture, crumbly floors and walls, vandalism, strange old building noises, and complete utter darkness in the tunnels, basements, and lower floors. Using flashlights was way too risky with the guards patrolling, so we often navigated the hospital by memory with our dimly lit phone screens. As you can imagine, our frightened youthful imaginations ran wild with horror stories, which is pretty ironic considering we made up most of those stories. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I never encountered anything supernatural in all of my trips to the abandoned psych hospital. Unfortunately, during my last trip inside, I encountered something all too human that terrified me to the point I swore off ever returning. This story takes place around 10 p.m. The moonlight was dim, and most patrol guards left for the day. Clad in black, my friend Jason and I entered through the same window we always used, and followed our regular path to one of the tall jutting spires to sit by the windows that overlooked the entire city. There was only one thing about this venture from the others: a new faint and unexplainable smoky odor. Not smoky like fire, but something more akin to incense. The smell was so faint that we almost thought we were imagining it. It grew stronger as we got closer to our destination. Rather than taking the stairs that led up to the spire, we followed the smell down a different hallway until we reached a room with a deep red glow emanating from the doorway. Rather than do the smart thing and leave immediately, we couldn't resist the urge to walk closer and investigate for ourselves. When we finally reached the room, I audibly gasped and felt Jason grip my wrist so hard his nails left marks on my skin. We found a large ring of candles and burning incense, circling a drawing of a pentagram with a sigil of Baphomet. In the center of the drawing was a dead, bloodied bird surrounded by black feathers. Bear in mind, I was raised devoutly Catholic, so seeing this image filled me with a sense of fear, stronger and more paralyzing than any ghost sighting ever could. Later on that night, Jason told me I immediately started mumbling prayers, but I personally don't remember doing that. I wouldn't be too terribly surprised though. While the duration felt infinite, I'm not sure how long we stayed at the occult scene before hearing a man's low and ominous voice behind us saying, "Welcome, friends." I promise you, there was absolutely nothing friendly about the way that guy greeted us. Jason and I screamed bloody murder, whipped around, and saw two nicely dressed but frazzled looking adult men smiling at us. The man in front of me held something in his hand, which I can't say for sure what it was. I remember thinking it was a knife at the time, which wouldn't be too crazy of a guess, considering they recently sacrificed a bird. Jason and I sprinted past the two. Felt someone's fingers grab the back of my shirt. Thankfully, the occultist hand didn't have a solid hold on me, because I ducked and managed to escape his grip. The men shouted at us to stop running. We obviously didn't. We heard their footsteps chasing after us for a little while, but thankfully Jason and I had broken into the hospital so many times that running through the unlit rooms, hallways, and tunnels was no challenge for us. When we finally reached and vaulted through our escape window, those occultists were nowhere to be seen or heard. We kept running through the hospital grounds until we reached Jason's car, with no concern for the patrol guards. We would have rather gotten caught by them than the occultists themselves. I puked twice in the parking lot, whether that was from fear or just sprinting nonstop for a mile and a half, or a combination of both. I'm not sure what would have happened if they caught us, but I know for certain they weren't going to crack open a beer and sing Kumbaya by the candlelight. I'm not familiar with any of these practices or any of the rituals, so I'm not sure what the men were actually doing or if they were summoning something. If anyone reading this post is much more knowledgeable on the topic, please share your thoughts. Jason and I never returned to the hospital during that summer or any of the following summers. While we aren't that close now as adults, I know that horrifying experience will keep us cemented in each other's memories until the day we die. This happened when I was a university student. I wasn't a great student, to be honest. Well, not at first. I would often skip classes and just mess around with my friends. There was one girl at college who made me want to go in now and then, though. I didn't have the guts to ask her on a date at the time that this all took place, so I had my friend and his girlfriend invite her out with us. It was fine, because my friend and his girlfriend were mutual friends. Someone suggested we go on a drive at night. My friend and I were really into ghost hunting and stuff like that, so we would often try and find somewhere interesting to test our courage. We had heard a rumor of a place just on the outskirts of town, which was supposed to be haunted. It was this abandoned building down a dark country lane out in the woods. It used to be a high-end lodge that people could rent, as it had these great views over the lake. That's another reason we chose to go there. Could be kind of romantic at night, right? Also, we had the chance to show the girls we were brave by exploring the abandoned lodge. Rumor had it that one of the rooms inside the lodge was covered in blood spatter, so we went inside, all of us searching for that room so we could get a photo to show to our friends. Well, it turned out the legend wasn't true. It was just an abandoned building. There's the usual stuff like graffiti, broken glass, and weeds growing all over the place. Besides those things, not much out of the ordinary. We took a walk down close to the lake, but it had gotten far too dark at that point to make out anything. Had it been a full moon, it might have been a bit better. We decided to head back to the car and just drive home. I was driving that night, and my friend rode shotgun with me. The girls were in the back. The girl I was into sat behind me. Even though we didn't see anything spooky or even a decent view of the lake, we were all pretty happy with our trip out into the woods. I mean, it was pretty fun to walk around expecting to be scared. There was tension and excitement. Plus, it was kind of a date, so all those feelings were heightened. It was a nice night. We all wanted to get a drink and some snacks, and someone spotted a convenience store on the way to the abandoned lodge, so we headed there next. Before we could even get off the dirt road that we traveled down, I spotted something. On the way to that lodge, we noticed a phone booth, and when we were heading back, I noticed that there was someone stood beside the phone booth. It was a man wearing a business suit. When he saw us approaching, he began to wave one of his hands at us to indicate to stop. My friend said something to me along the lines of, "Hey, I bet that guy wants us to give him a ride." I replied by telling him that there wasn't enough space. I mean, the car was only a 4-seater, and I didn't think the girls would want the stranger sat in between them. Either way, I guess the right thing to do would be to stop and see what he needed, right? It would look pretty gentlemanlike of me to do so, and I would have looked pretty bad if we didn't stop, so I pulled the car to a stop. I already planned on telling him we couldn't give him a ride, and if he wanted, we would call him a taxi or something. The guy wandered over to us, stood with one arm on the roof of the car and one behind his back, as he leaned in to speak to me through the crack I made in the window. "Hey guys, glad you stopped. Listen, I got a puncture in my tire and don't have a phone on me, so what do you say? Can you give me a ride?" It was a guy in his late 20s, I would say, maybe early 30s. He looked honest, you know. I didn't see his bike or car anywhere, but he had a face you could trust. I was considering asking my friend to sit in the back and have this guy sit up front, and I would only give him a ride as far as the convenience store. As I was mulling this over and preparing for my reply, the girl who I had a crush on in the back seat starts going crazy, like she's screaming and kicking the chair, and then shouts at me. It totally threw me off. She shouted at me to hurry up and drive. I did exactly as she said, because I could sense the absolute terror in her voice. So we sped away, leaving the guy who wanted a ride looking puzzled and annoyed. I didn't slow down until she calmed down in the back. The car was full of sounds of fear, hyperventilation, and confusion. We parked at the convenience store. Everyone was now a little calmer, so we asked what our friend saw. "Didn't you see it?" he said. "The guy had a kitchen knife behind his back. No one goes into the woods with a knife like that." I don't know, or don't want to know, what that guy had planned for us with that knife. I don't even know why he was out there with a knife like that in the middle of the night. I do know that we had a close call that night, though. So close to letting that guy inside. He almost convinced me. After that night, we stopped going to supposed haunted places at night. We found out that humans are way more frightening. This is the most terrifying experience I've ever had. It traumatized me. When I was single, my friend was adamant on setting me up on dates. She was so overly content with her boyfriend, she had it in her mind that I needed one too. She said that her boyfriend's friend was a good-looking single guy who didn't have many friends or acquaintances since he's moved to the area, and she wanted to introduce him to me. He was a medical student for the next prefecture over. It took a little convincing, but I decided to take the plunge and meet this guy, but only on the condition that it would be all four of us and wouldn't have to meet him alone. We met up the first time only very briefly. I'm talking like 30 minutes tops. I think my friend had organized that because she knew how nervous I was about the whole thing. Well, the rush double date actually went pretty well, I have to say. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. So I exchanged numbers with him. We texted for a while, then arranged a second date. He was to take me on a night drive and some dinner. That struck me as a little unusual, but hey, we were both students, so it kind of made sense. We weren't made of money. He arrived in a really nice car, so my theory about keeping the date cheap went out the window. He said his parents bought it for him. They wanted him to have that kind of right look, you know? That's interesting, I thought to myself. I looked over the car to check out the interior, and I looked at the back seats and noticed something. There was some rope just sat there on the back seat. We pulled away. As we were driving, I thought to myself, there must be some kind of good reason for that rope, right? But then, another part of my mind said to me, what's a medical student need a rope for? He knew we were going on a date tonight. Why would he leave that back there? I started to get a little nervous. The conversation in the car had kind of died. It was becoming awkward. The silences weren't very pleasant. I pulled down the little flap thing, the thing that has the mirror on it, and when I pulled it down and looked into the mirror, I felt as if I was sweating. I didn't want to show this guy that I was going red if he'd done something wrong. I mean, at this point, it was just a rope in a car. I tried to think of other things, but I could not hide my discomfort. We were supposed to go to this observatory area in the mountains to look at the stars. It sounded like a great time, but all I could see was miles and miles of forest separated by the open road. We're going somewhere very discreet, it seemed. I kept being nice, gave this guy the benefit of the doubt, and after a short while, we arrived at the observation deck. So there we were, out in the darkness of nature, all alone. It seemed like all the insects in the world were out chirping. I guess that was better than the awkward silences. While I was looking up at the stars, my date said the following words. "So, which option do you prefer? I leave you here alone and drive away? Or you have sex with me later?" Naturally, I was shocked and stunned. I looked into his eyes because I was thinking maybe this is a really poor joke. But his demeanor told me everything I needed to know, and that he was not kidding. He stood there arrogantly, waiting for an answer. I did my best to deceive him. I needed a ride out of there. I made promises that I knew I would never bring myself to deliver. I don't really want to talk about that bit, to be honest, but all I can tell you is that he was really happy he forced me to answer that. It felt like a power thing. Once we got to the restaurant parking lot, I made up some excuse to go over to the convenience store. Then, I made it out like I was sick, then went into some detail which I knew would put him off. Thankfully, I made it home and called my friend. Told her everything, and told her boyfriend to tell that guy to never contact me again. Luckily, later in life, I was blessed with meeting a great guy, who I ended up marrying. I can't help but feel that I had a very close call all of those years ago. So I'm going to try to tell my best to tell the story without becoming too confusing or complicated. And that being said, it was one of the most horrifying moments of my entire life. I'm a 20-year-old female college student that lives in the city. I live in this giant skyscraper of an apartment student housing. It's smack dab in the middle of downtown, with a 20-minute walk from campus. Overall, I think there's 16 floors to the building. I live on the 4th floor, and the gym is on the 11th, which is where I was at the beginning of the story. Now here's the slightly confusing part. In an effort to break up the elevator traffic, there are 2 sets of elevators. The left ones can only go up to floors 1 through 11, and basically for the lower level residents only. The right side elevators go up from 11 to 16, with an extra button to go to the main lobbies, and those are basically for the upper level residents only. I take the left one since I live on 4. Still with me? Okay, great. So it was probably 11 p.m. I just finished up the last of my cardio before I decided to pack my things and go back to my room. After walking down the hallway to the elevator, I hit the button to call it and wait. My college is currently on break between semesters, and because of this, everyone went home for Christmas and New Year's, and our apartment building has been completely empty. This was actually a huge plus for me, as it meant when I go to the gym, I always get the whole thing to myself. The doors to the elevator opened. I stepped inside while looking at my phone. I literally jumped as the doors closed because standing to the left, originally out of view, was this large man with unkempt looking hair. He actually laughed when I jumped and asked me what my name was. I was honestly too stunned and scared to speak, because what was this older man doing in the elevator of my apartment at 11 p.m. at night? On top of that, if he wasn't getting out on the top floor, why did he just go all the way up to it? He clearly didn't live here, because he was way too old to be a student, and he sure as hell wasn't maintenance because he didn't have a uniform. I was now trapped in this elevator with this unidentified man. I didn't even have pepper spray in my purse because I never left the building. I just kind of silently pressed 2 for the main lobbies, as I didn't want to show this man what floor I lived on. What he said next made my heart drop into the pit of my stomach. "Oh hey, that's the floor I live on too. Nice." I didn't even look up when he said it. Not only did he clearly not live here due to his age, but it was literally the upper main lobby. There were no rooms there, and he would have known that if he lived or worked here. As the doors opened, I stood there waiting to see if he could get out. Right as he did, I quietly pressed the button to the floor and spammed the close elevator button. I saw him turn around right as the door shut and the elevator went back up. I couldn't make out even a word of what he said, but it sounded like he started shouting, but it got more and more muffled as the elevator took me up, until eventually I couldn't hear him anymore. I've never run back to my room and locked the door so fast in my life. I just started sobbing on my countertop in the kitchen because of how nervous and upset I was at what just happened. I now carry my pepper spray with me even when traveling inside my own apartment building. And I'm constantly checking my surroundings because I'm terrified of something like that happening again. My theory is that the man was either homeless or just a robber, as many of the college kids in my building are stupid and do not lock the doors to their apartments. The only thing standing between a criminal and a 4-person apartment's worth of stuff is a single lobby door that you don't even need a scanner card for between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. A lot of other times, you can just walk in behind someone and they'll hold the door for you. This is how I think he got in. The part that still sends a chill down my spine is the fact that when he saw me in the elevator and pretended to live on my floor, he decided to ditch whatever his plan was and made up a new one that involved me in some way. And I don't even want to think about what that was. Either way, I pray something like that never ever happens to me again. This happened when my sister and I were around 6 and 8 years old. We're now 43 and 45, and it's just something that still haunts us occasionally. We had an amazing municipal swimming pool in our neighborhood. South African summers in Johannesburg are hot and long. The swimming pool was the ultimate destination. Joe was that adult that was always at the pool. He would swim links, practice diving, and tickle our feet under the water. Just typing this makes me feel nauseous. To this day, I still have issues with my feet being wet. Specifically, if I'm unable to leave cream on my feet, the sliminess makes me claustrophobic. And I only realized the connection last year. Whenever we would sit on the edge of the pool with our feet hanging in, he would swim past all of us and tickle our feet in a row. I can't remember all the details 100%, but someone playfully screamed, "Oh no, Joe." And Joe did it again and sang, "Oh no, Joe, not again, Joe." We all laughed as kids do. Then he would tickle our feet again and made us sing his new song, "Oh no, Joe, not again, Joe." It became a game. He would grab us under the water and we would sing. It went from feet tickling to chasing us and grabbing our waists under the water. That song never goes away. One day at the pool, Joe tells us that he has this amazing farm just outside of town. He would like to take us to see his animals, and he also has his own swimming pool. It sounded like heaven to all of us. He was talking to several children, boys and girls. He told us he would be at the swimming pool on Saturday, but not to tell our parents, and we'll all go in his car. As soon as we got home, we tell our dad everything. We're so excited. This farm sounds amazing. Our dad immediately says, "Absolutely not. Who is this Joe anyway?" We tell him that Joe is our friend at the pool and plays with our feet and chases us around the pool. So my dad says that actually we might be able to go, but he wants to meet this Joe guy first. The next day we go to the pool and we tell Joe we can go with him, but our dad wants to meet him first. Joe is immediately upset that we told our father, but we tell him not to worry, our dad is cool. So Joe walks home with us. We only lived about 5 blocks from the pool, and comes to meet our dad. Joe was about 5'6". My dad is 6'7", the personification of a gentle giant. My dad is super polite to Joe. He asks him a lot of questions about the farm, where it is exactly, how many kids are going, has he spoken to other parents. Joe was cool as a cucumber. He answered the questions smoothly and confidently. My dad ended by saying, "Joe, I look forward to seeing you on Saturday at your farm. I think we'll have a good time. I will bring my girls though, and we will meet you there." This next part is kind of a blur for me. I'm not sure exactly how we ended up driving in a convoy with about 3 other dads and their kids from the pool. It was exciting. My dad had the map book, leading the convoy to the best farm in the world. We drove about an hour out of town. We arrive at the derelict farmhouse. No animals, no millies, no swimming pool. Just this run-down, isolated, scary-looking farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. I remember being really confused. My dad must have read the map wrong. All the dads huddled together. We have no idea what they're saying, but they're all angry. We are also angry. We're obviously lost and it's our dad's fault. Everyone gets back in their cars and I start screaming at my dad about how he deliberately got us lost because he doesn't like Joe and doesn't want us to have any fun. My dad is silent and pensive. After my tantrum, he says to my sister and I in a very calm, deep voice, "Joe is a bad man. He was gonna hurt all of you. He's the bad man your mom is always warning you about. There is no farm. I'm just so happy you girls told me what was going on. Something bad could have happened to you." His strong voice broke in those last few words. The gravity of his tone and the break in his voice made my sister and I realize almost immediately that he was right and we were in danger. We cried and apologized. He made us promise to tell him if we saw Joe again. Joe did stay away from the pool for about a month, but as soon as we saw him come to the gate, we quickly got dressed and ran home. When my dad came home from golf, we told him Joe was at the pool again. The next day, we went back to the pool with our father this time. We were swimming. My dad was sitting on one of the benches to the side. In walks Joe. He comes up to the edge of the pool and is calling out to us. We all refuse to go to the edge, and he's getting frustrated. My dad gets up and comes up to Joe. "Hey, buddy, can I chat to you outside quickly?" Joe physically shrunk. My dad had his hand on Joe's shoulder and he was guiding him out of the pool. I can only imagine what my dad said to Joe. My dad is a gentleman. Don't mess with his girls. We never saw Joe at that swimming pool ever again. I was 8 years old when we first moved into the house on the edge of the forest. My parents had their doubts about buying a house with a backyard that was bordered by a forest. They had concerns about wild animals getting into our bins or hurting our dogs. And we were worried that one of us might go too far into the trees and just get lost. But it was cheap. My dad liked the seclusion, and my mom loved the house itself. And my siblings and I were excited about playing in the backyard and just exploring that forest. Our first sign of something that wasn't right was that our dogs were absolutely terrified of it. They never went into the forest for any reason. If a toy they'd been playing with found its way past the tree line, they would refuse to retrieve it. And when one of us went in, they would pace anxiously until we returned. On occasion, we would notice the dog staring at a certain spot in the forest in obvious distress, sometimes growling or barking, but we never saw anything in there. My brother once carried one of the dogs into the trees to show her that there was nothing scary about it. She wriggled out of his grip and sprinted into the house in a panic. If we were in the backyard when it was getting dark, we sometimes heard noises like someone was walking through the forest. Sticks crunching underfoot, branches being pushed aside. If we called out, there was no response. But if we shined a flashlight around, we would occasionally catch a glimpse for just a split second of something that we could swear looked like a person walking around in the dark. My parents quickly banned us from entering the forest at all after dark, and even during the day, we weren't allowed to go out of sight of the house. My sister's bedroom window looked out the backyard and the forest beyond. She remembers looking out her window one night and seeing this shadowy figure standing right at the edge of the backyard. She said, "There's something wrong with it. Like it wasn't quite standing on the ground. It was a little too tall to be a person, and it was sort of distorted." She was convinced it was staring right directly at her. She called for our dad, saying there's a man in the yard staring through her window, and when he ran outside to chase off whoever it was, she continued to watch the figure. It didn't move away, but when the light from our dad's flashlight passed over it, it just suddenly wasn't there anymore. We regularly heard knocking at the back door at night, with no one there. Our parents thought it was teenagers playing pranks and just stopped bothering even opening up the door until one rainy night when the knocking was persistent and agitated. My mom pointed out that there might be someone needing shelter from the heavy rain outside. But when she opened up the door, not only was there no one there, but there were no wet footprints on the porch. That knocking continued the whole time that we lived there. It would happen several times in the span of a few weeks, then stop for months and start up again. My parents eventually installed a security camera, and there's never anyone at the door. The camera wasn't all useless though. About 3 years into living there, my brother started having night terrors and sleepwalking. When he went sleepwalking, he would always go out the back door and start walking toward the forest. My mother, being a light sleeper, would hear the door open and would run out to get him before he actually made it into the forest. After the third or fourth time it happened, my brother asked to see the camera footage because he wanted to see how he looked when he sleepwalked. I guess thinking it looked funny. The footage showed him walking out onto the porch, then pausing, as if listening to something, and shaking his head, then reluctantly walking forward, as if being pulled or forcefully guided by something. One evening, my dad was in the backyard, and he heard my sister calling him from the forest, seemingly in distress. Thinking she'd gone out in the forest and had fallen over or hurt herself, he ran in and started calling to her. Quickly realized it was way too dark to see her. Couldn't pinpoint where her voice was coming from. He told her to wait and stay where she was while he went back to grab a flashlight. When he ran back into the house for a flashlight, he saw my sister inside, safe and completely unconcerned. At the time, my dad hadn't told us about hearing my sister's voice in the forest. So when I heard my mother's voice coming from the forest months later, while I was outside with the dogs one evening, I didn't question it, despite the fact that I'd seen my mom inside recently, but I hadn't noticed her walk past me. My mother was calling to me, saying she'd gotten her sweater caught in some branches and needed me to come in and help her. As I walked in, my dog started barking, alerting my dad, who saw me through the window wandering into the forest. He came outside and called to me. I said I was just helping Mom. He yelled back that Mom was inside, and I needed to run back to the house as fast as I could, which I did. After this, my parents had a fence built around the backyard and started looking for a new place to live. In between the time the fence was being built and us moving out, things got way worse. We'd hear knocking at the door more regularly, as well as tapping on the windows, as if someone was walking around the perimeter of the house trying every single one. We would often hear scratching, scraping sounds on the fence, and voices beyond it. My brother's night terrors got more frequent. One night, my mom didn't hear the door open when he went sleepwalking. He woke up standing at the fence, staring into the forest with my dogs barking at him. The last morning that we spent there, less than 4 years after we moved in, we woke up to find the back door fully open, and the security camera footage showed it slowly swing open on its own. Since we've moved out, my brother's sleepwalking has stopped, though he still gets night terrors and he suffers from pretty severe anxiety. A few nights ago, he called me out of the blue, and after a bit of small talk, he asked me if I think the door being open that final night means whatever was out there finally got in. He was trying to make light of it, saying he was getting into the Halloween spirit, just joking about how maybe we could all get exercise just in case something had latched onto us all those years ago. But I think he's deeply bothered by everything that happened. I know I am. I still get nervous around the dark wooded areas. I don't know what I think was out there in the forest behind our house at night, but I get the feeling, given the chance, it would have swallowed us whole. Before I begin the story, I would like to add that I'm a 26-year-old female, but at the time of the events, I was 17 years old. Back when I was in high school, this all took place in 2014. I met a girl there who I'll call Carly. Carly was pretty. She had long red hair and friendly dark brown eyes, sort of like Bella Thorne. She always wore brightly happy, colorful clothing and lots of happy, earthy jewelry. She looked like she was just a happy and bright person. She had a loud and outgoing, happy personality to go along with it. Carly and I became friends. Everything was great in the beginning. She took me exploring to a bunch of abandoned houses in our town. We took a bunch of selfies and pictures together. She even let me stay the night at her house. Carly kissed me one day in her car, and that led to us making out quite frequently after that. One day, she began taking videos of us making out on her Snapchat account. She told me that she was going to send the videos to her ex-boyfriend Michael. I thought that was random, but didn't say anything. The next day at school, one of my friends, Allison, came up to me and was very upset. She told me that Carly had sent videos of us making out to her boyfriend Carson and asked me why I would do such a thing. I was very confused and told her Carly told me she was sending me those videos to her ex, who lived in another state. Allison warned me, telling me that Carly was not my friend. She said she wasn't anyone's friend. I didn't listen and continued hanging out with her. I started dating one of Carly's guy friends, who I'll call Garrett. She did not like this. One day, I walked to Garrett's house and called Carly just to say hi. While doing so, she told me to be careful, but that she had to go. Garrett and I started walking around his neighborhood talking. Then the next thing I know, Carly shows up out of nowhere with my ex in the backseat of her car, screaming at the top of her lungs that I don't know what I want and that I need to get in her car so she could take me home. Garrett tried telling her to leave, but she went ballistic and continued to scream. So we all got into her car. She dropped Garrett off and took me home, and was acting all nice to me once I got inside. She told me how much she loved me and how much I meant to her. I ended up staying the night with her that night. I remember being emotional in her room because I didn't like seeing my ex, who I just recently broken up with just before Garrett. She climbed on top of me and started making out with me. Everything went black, and I remember waking up the next morning and she took me home. Later that day, I'd been admitted to the hospital because I was feeling really unwell, so I was in the hospital for a few days. During this particular day, my boyfriend Garrett, my mom, and Carly had come to visit me. We were all visiting when Garrett kissed me, and I didn't know it at the time, but my mother told me that when Garrett kissed me, Carly had this dark, evil look in her eyes as she continued to stare at me. My mom even said the look gave her goosebumps and chills that ran up her spine. She said that Carly looked completely evil. Shortly after this, I was released from the hospital. A few days later, I was back at school. Carly had completely started to shun me. She wouldn't even look at me, wouldn't talk to me, acted as if I didn't exist. I have no idea what I'd done wrong from the time that she visited me in the hospital to now. At school, she gave me this very cold and dark death glare. If looks could have killed, I would have dropped dead. I just avoided her. I had no clue what I'd even done. She just acted like she hated my guts. Garrett and I eventually broke up, and I got back with my ex. After I was released from the hospital, I began noticing this sticky stuff all over the screen outside my bedroom window. I have no idea what it was or where it came from. I was waiting for my boyfriend to get off of work one night, and he randomly handed me his phone. So I got bored and decided to go through it. I saw that he'd been texting Carly. As I was going through the text, I saw that she'd been sending him sexual photos of herself, and during that time, I was in the hospital, and that's when Carly would come visit me and act like my best friend. She was going behind my back and sleeping with my ex. And that sticky stuff on my window, there's a text to my boyfriend from Carly that said, "Let's egg her house again, that was fun." I immediately started crying, and my boyfriend, of course, was trying to justify all of this, claiming that he had just hung out with Carly because he missed me, and he was upset that I was dating Garrett. Carly never spoke to me again, and when I tried to confront her as to why she would egg my house and get with my ex while pretending to be my best friend, she tried to pin it all on my boyfriend, claiming that he was after her and that she'd rejected him. That summer, Carly told all of my close friends that I'd committed suicide. She was telling everyone that she had loved me so much and that I effed her over. But I'm telling you, that look that was in Carly's eyes, it was looking into pure evil. It was horrifying. It was like seeing who she really was, and still to this day, it freaks me out. Years later, I'd spoken to a girl who Carly and I had gone to school with, who I'll call Maddie. Maddie and Carly had become the best friends after Carly dropped me. Maddie told me, "You're nothing like she described you. She made you out to be this really horrible person, but you're nothing like that." It turns out, Maddie and Carly stopped being friends because Maddie told me that Carly got her to do cocaine with her one night at a hotel, and they had sex. She told me that Carly left the hotel and went to find Maddie's crush, which was a guy she'd been in love with for quite a while. Carly had sex with him that night, dumped off Maddie, and then began dating this guy. Maddie's exact words were, "She's not at all who she presents herself to be," and she definitely wasn't. Carly wore the happiest and brightest of clothing. On the outside looking in, she appeared like the most loving person ever, and she knew how to make you feel so special, like you were the only one who mattered. There was real evil inside of her, something terribly wrong, something extremely dark and deranged that you could only see once you got close enough to her before she heard you. I've never seen Carly since, and I really hope we never meet again. So to that girl who pulled me in and made me believe that we were best of friends, let's never ever meet again. The following is a true story as told by a now 58-year-old who wishes to remain anonymous. July 17th, 1986. Up ahead, the jagged timber obscures my path. I wait. I do a mental check. How far have I come? I estimate that I'm about 2 miles or so from the closest road. I'm comfortable alone. Time away from people is where my mind really finds its shine. I'm an introvert, a 23-year-old who is always anxious in crowds. I'm currently trespassing, but nobody wanders these grounds. I have next to nothing to worry about, but something is ahead. I feel it in my gut. I can make out a slight blue hue that shouldn't be there. A blanket maybe, possibly something left behind by teenagers, partying one summer night in the past. No way though, not this far out. My grandfather used to warn me about moonshiners who still hid out in these parts. I always thought he was crazy, that he didn't realize that time passed him by. But maybe, just maybe I'm wrong. Those kind of guys certainly wouldn't take kindly to trespassing young men with no reason to be there. I crouched down, and I really wish I would have brought my binoculars. I cupped my eyes and focused for a full minute or two. I felt a bit silly, but I was on edge. My mind forced me to check for any movement, signs of anything that could put me in danger. I see none. I decided my curiosity is too much to bear, so I stand up tall, brush my pants, and move forward at a slower clip. As I approach, it's clear that this isn't some blanket. It's a blue tarp, one whose sheen gave way to the fact that it wasn't terribly old. Time had yet to mute its sleek look. The wear and tear hadn't completely set in yet. The area had been clear of brush, but I make out some sort of cabin crudely constructed. Maybe cabin is too strong a word. A large shelter of some kind. I move closer but stop again. I listen this time, my mind begging me to be careful. I hear absolutely nothing unusual though. No voices, no screams, no terrifying sound of some nightmarish monster. Just the sounds of Tennessee, the sounds that were supposed to be there. I've been out of work for over a year. I hike these areas to run away from my life problems. When the sun is beating down and I've covered a few miles, it seems I can relax, forget about the world that I'm supposed to follow. But here I am, standing close to what feels like something I shouldn't be a part of. My mind is doing everything it can to stop me from taking another step. It knows. My heart knows. It just simply doesn't feel right. I always choose the path of least resistance. It's what led me down this horrible path that I'm on. No, not this path in the woods that I'm walking. I meant the trajectory of my life. A nobody, no outlook, no family of my own. A nobody who has nothing better to do than to trespass lurking in the woods for days on end, searching for God knows what. Regardless of my reasons, I move around the structure and find myself staring at the entrance. The door is closed. I notice it hangs perfectly from its metal hinges. The shelter, as ragged as it looks, is well kept in the places that matter. The roof is covered in sheets of dark green metal that would do a perfect job of keeping the rain out. I scan. Nothing else stands out. No markings, no symbols, no campfires, no additional structures. Though this one is quite large. This thing has got to be every bit of 400 square feet. In all the shelters I've ever stumbled upon, it's by far the biggest. I manage, hello? The word doesn't echo like I thought it would. The sound of my voice doesn't hang. It drops out to no response. There's no one here. I step to the door and feel my hand against the wood slats. I'm not sure why, maybe subconsciously. I was scared the heat from the devil's shelter waited for me on the other side. Of course, there was no heat. I felt nothing out of the ordinary. The door is wedged closed. Someone had jammed a piece of wood into the front slit, like a shim, to keep the door firmly shut. I managed to pull it free, but the door stayed in its closed position. I gave it a push and let the hinges do the rest of the work. I catch a strange smell, a mixture of mold and copper pennies. It's dark inside. There are no windows to bring in the light, so it's incredibly tough to see. A few feet in, I make out a row of old car batteries, neatly situated. I'm instantly confused. I pull off my backpack, unzip the front pocket, and locate my flashlight. I haven't moved past the doorway. Down on a single knee, I check over my shoulder, just for good measure. Still alone. I aim the flashlight directly at the car batteries. They're new, and on top of them lies a hodgepodge of clean wires. They're holding what looks like the same red and black shine that they had when they were purchased. I move the light beam further in. A single chair sits in the middle of the room. The arms of the chair have been modified. Wide armrests, some sort of loops sitting in their ends. The head of the chair contains some sort of metal device. It resembles a helmet maybe. And it brings to mind a memory of one of those chairs you see in a psych ward of a horror movie. Past the chair, sitting on the table, is a small TV. A nice one, I might add. Looked like one of those high-end RCAs that I've seen at the store before. Sitting next to the television is another box of some sort. Some kind of electronic device I don't instantly recognize. I'm frozen here in the doorway. I hear my heart pound. My breathing is slightly elevated. I continue to scan the room. On the west wall, the light from my flashlight picks up on an open cardboard box. On the outside, a strip of old duct tape is firmly stuck to its side. Someone has written a few letters and numbers. CM, pound 1A-5Z. Means nothing to me. I swing the flashlight back towards the car batteries again. Nothing else there. Finally, on the east wall, I make out two small camp beds. They're empty. No bedding or pillows. Just sitting open. But I didn't get the impression that they've been used in a while. I'm at a complete loss. What on God's green earth have I stumbled upon? What is all of this? I decide not to venture inside. It's late now, well past sunset, and it's getting dark, very quickly. I close the door and jam the shim. I decide to retreat the same way that I came, about a half a mile. I'll set up camp for the night and return in the morning. July 18th, 1986. I spent the night struggling to sleep. My mind was playing out scenarios and I couldn't shut off the valve. You see, the land I'm on is owned by a well-known judge in the county. He's the type of guy who has political connections that probably reach top of the state. He's a known outdoorsman, like many in Tennessee, and spends a good deal of time in these woods hunting. It was about the only worry I had when choosing this location to poke around in. In the end, I figured it was too large an area for us to randomly come upon one another. What does strike me as strange, though, is the shelter has clearly been here for a while. There's no way this thing is going unnoticed. The judge has to know it's here. At some point, he would have come upon this thing if it was built without his knowledge. I clean up my camping area the best I can and throw my pack over my shoulder. A few deep breaths, and I head back towards the shelter. My curiosity has me begging for answers. I'm hopeful that those lie ahead. I make my way back to the spot I was before, staring out at the shelter a bit in front of me, and again looking for movement. I'm not as nervous this time around. Stay motionless for a couple of minutes, nothing moving. I situate my pack and move back in. At the shelter's door, I find myself removing the shim that I'd left last night. I ease the door back open and again catch that strange smell of copper pennies. It's incredibly distinct. I put my pack down, find my flashlight, and shoot the beam into the dark room. Nothing has moved, so I step inside. I first approach the batteries I saw the day before. I'm not really sure what I was looking for, but nothing strange turns up upon closer inspection. I move to the east wall and inspect the cots. There's really nothing much to them. I shine my flashlight above and below them. I find nothing of interest. I remain convinced that these cots have not been slept in for some time. I can't explain exactly why I feel this way, but something about them gives me the impression that they haven't been used much. Just in front of those cots, in the corner of the room, I find a single brown box with a cardboard cover that I hadn't seen before. I move closer in to inspect it. There's nothing on the outside to indicate what it is for. I kneel and pull off the lid, setting it aside. The box is full of file folders, their tabs showing only handwritten letters and a number sequence. Keeping the flashlight focused on the folders, I take my finger and flip through the tabs. Each yellowing folder is thin. Some of them seem empty. I stop on a random one and pull the file from the box. I open the folder and see a single white sheet of paper with a single letter and a single number printed on its front. I move the paper over, and behind, I find a photograph. A single close-up of someone's eye. I can see a partial cheek and a nose and what looks like a few strands of long blonde hair. I get the impression the eye belongs to a female. The eye itself has something wrong with it. The pupil is deformed. The inky black center looks as if it's leaking into the girl's blue iris. The photograph is not dated, has no other markings. I pull a few other files and find similar photos. In each file, there's one single piece of paper with one letter and one number. Behind that, a single close-up of a human eye, all of them deformed. Some of the pupils are not fully formed. Others show a pupil that seems to float somewhere random within the iris. I put the folders back, careful to make sure the letters and numbers remain in sequence. I close the lid and push the box back into the corner. I stand up and turn towards the table sitting at the front of the room. My flashlight picks up the television. It's unplugged, but a second wire is running from an input on its backside to a device sitting near it on the table. I move over to the device and inspect it. I've seen something like this before. It's decent sized, encased in plastic. A door or clip hangs at its center. A few buttons to the right. A play button, rewind. This is a VCR. I've seen these things before in store catalogs, but this is the first time I've ever seen one in real life. I slide my hand over the top. There's no way someone would leave this out here to rot. These are $400 or more. I'm ashamed. I briefly flirted with the idea of stealing it and selling it for cash. I press the power button, but nothing happens. The device is unplugged as well. After a few minutes of admiring both the TV and the VCR, I turn around and my focused attention goes back to the chair in the middle of the room. It's a heavy metal steel maybe. The armrests are definitely modified. They're extremely wide. and the loops I saw the day before at the front of the armrests turn out to be adjustable. I do not touch them. There's a helmet with straps hanging over the headrest that looks like it can be adjusted. The chair is bolted to the floor. The smell of pennies is more pronounced here. Focus my beam on the bolts on the floor. The wood seems to be stained near those bolts. A dark, almost oily look has soaked into the boards. Find nothing else here of interest. Finally, I make my way to the box on the west side of the room. Box that I saw yesterday. My flashlight picks out the same handwritten numbers and letters I'd previously seen. I realize it's a similar box to the one I found in the opposite corner. I step near it and see that this one sits open, inside a mess of plastic cases. I grab one and it falls open. A videotape falls onto the floor. The sound startles me. My mind comes to life. I realize now that I've been inside the shelter for well over an hour. I swing around and look outside, half thinking I would see someone there at the doorway. There's no one. Only the green canopy of the Tennessee limber. Up until now, I hadn't paid much attention to my surroundings. So caught up in investigating this room, I'd completely lost track of everything around me. I turn back towards the video cassette on the floor. My mind flashes with pictures of deformed pupils. I'm anxious, feeling out of sorts. I turn my attention to the batteries on the floor. My flashlight picking up the wires. A cobweb of cords. They look like snakes frozen in a massive coil. I finally find a single cable leading all the way from the batteries and follow it right under the table with the TV and the VCR. Sitting at the end of the single wire, a power strip. The copper penny smell engulfs my nostrils. I feel nauseous, like I'm gonna be sick. I ran out of the shelter and vomit just outside the door. I quickly kicked dirt over the top, concerned that someone would notice that I'd been there. I'm shaky. Feel like my blood sugar is out of whack. Close the door and jam the shim just as I'd done before. Make my way to the edge of the timber and sit down near the base of a large tree and rest my eyes. July 18th, 1986, late afternoon. It's a muggy day. I can feel the beads of sweat roll down the sides of my face. I'm seeing flashes of light behind my eyelids. They're like a storm of blue lightning in the darkness. My thoughts are swinging between warning me that I'm feeling weak and warning me that I've stumbled upon something evil. That smell of metal, of copper pennies, sits in my nostrils like a fog. I open up my eyes to the late afternoon sun. The base of the tree is uncomfortable. I adjust. I drink the last of my water from my backpack, moving as little as possible. I close my eyes again. As I do, my thoughts take me to a moment in my past. I'm seated with my mother. It's Sunday morning and we're attending service. My mother was a member of the Baptist church and always made sure that I was with her on Sunday mornings. I see the pastor, an older man in his 60s, standing at the pulpit. The preaching starts off fuzzy. My memory doesn't really give me the words, just the feeling of the room. But soon, it comes into focus.
See, if you believe in God as I do, then you are required to believe in the devil. The Bible is clear. Next, if you believe in heaven as I do, then you are required to believe in hell. The Bible is clear on this. These stories within this good book are real. You must remember that evil exists. If it existed then, it still exists today.
I open up my eyes. I sit for a moment longer, collect myself, grab my pack and stand up. The judge who owns this land also owns this shelter. I'm sure of it. I'm only 2 miles from the closest road. There is absolutely no explanation for what I've stumbled upon. I've been inside the devil's shelter. I'm now at a crossroad. A battle begins inside my mind as to how to proceed. Do I hike back immediately and contact the sheriff? Or do I go back? Do I venture inside and watch those video cassette tapes? I know there's nothing positive to come from watching them, but I just can't help but give in to my deep curiosity. I head back to the shelter. Again, I stop for a few moments to make sure I see no movement. I see nothing. I make my way to the shelter door. I pull the shim and reacquaint myself with that smell of copper pennies. I step back inside. In my rush out the door before, I realize that I left the video cassette tape on the floor. I pick up both the cassette and its plastic case, and I make my way over to the table and set the case near the television. Still holding the tape, I kneel with my flashlight. I relocate the cable I saw earlier and follow it till it reached its power strip. There must be an inverter here somewhere, otherwise all this wiring is foolish. No reason to search for it, it really doesn't matter. Either I plug these in and I have power, or I don't. Both plugs are inserted and I poke my head up, just past the tabletop. A blue light flashes on the VCR. It's on. I'm shaky again. This time I slow down. I sit on the floor facing the metal chair and the door. I tell myself to calm down. I attempt to control my breathing and my heart rate. It works. After a few minutes, I stand up and turn back towards the TV. I reach out and turn on the RCA, fiddle with a knob. I hear the sound of static as the screen blinks into view. I'm instantly unsettled. I can faintly hear the sounds of birds outside the door. Inside, the TV's blue light illuminates my face. My flashlight hangs towards the floor. The sound of static among everything else is simply disturbing. I'm not sure why. I slid the tape into the VCR slot and hear the machine grab the reel. I press play. The screen goes black. The sound of static is replaced by what sounds like the ocean. It ebbs and flows. The screen flashes to white, then back to black. As the sound of the ocean continues, then finally, the screen changes to a close-up shot of a man. He's staring at the camera. His eyes are blinking. The blinking is unnaturally fast, like the recording was sped up. A slight tone can now be heard. The blinking man disappears. The screen changes again, this time to a pattern of shapes. 2 tones now, running simultaneously. The sounds seem pierced somehow, as if the first tone was cut to only make its way to my left ear. The second tone, doing the same only to my right. They then sync and switch ears. This pattern continues. I feel disoriented. I hit fast forward on the tape. I watch the screen as the patterns continue on. I hit play a few times and verify that the same tones continue, and the same patterns. As I fast forward again until the patterns disappear, and the picture looks to show a blue screen. I hit play. A woman's voice enunciates, and it sounds slightly computerized. I rewind. I find the start of the blue screen and hit play again. The woman speaks. Your name is Crystal. You were born in 1979. Your mother abandoned you. You were saved. We saved you. We are your saviors. Your name is Crystal. You were born in 1979. Your mother abandoned you. You were saved. We saved you. We are your saviors. This goes on until I end the tape, and I hit eject. I grab another tape from the box and enter it into the VCR. Same black screen, the same sounds of the ocean, the fast blinking man, and the same patterns and tones. I fast forward through the tape to another blue screen, the same woman's voice. Your name is Ashley. You were born in 1978. Your mother abandoned you. You were saved. We saved you. We are your saviors. Your name is Ashley. You were born in 1978. Your mother abandoned you. You were saved. We saved you. We are your saviors. Multiple tapes continue on with the same pattern. The same tones, the same man, the same computerized voice. The only change was the name and the year of birth. I put all the tapes back into the box. I make another sweep of the room, but there's nothing else here. I step outside, close the door, and jam the shim. None of this is right. Nothing about this is normal. I put my backpack on and hike out of the timber at a fast pace. I make it back to the dirt road by nightfall, and I'm determined to call the sheriff. My lips are chapped and my body ached, but that doesn't stop me from jogging toward town. Not a single car passed me, and the night sky was clear as glass. I watched the stars flash like glitter and talked to God for the first time in years. I ask him for guidance. I ask him to explain to me what I just saw. I get no response. After about an hour, I come upon the lights from town. I increase my pace. I find a payphone outside a gas station near the restrooms. On the side of the payphone was a sticker with a list of emergency numbers. At the bottom was a non-emergency number. For reasons unknown, I decided to call that one, as opposed to 911. A woman answers. I freeze. I hadn't even actually talked to another human being in over a week. I tell her that I would like to have an officer investigate a suspicious location. The dispatcher sounds a bit confused and asks where this location is. I give the location, approximately. The woman asks if there's some sort of crime being committed, which I respond that I wasn't sure. I then proceed to explain what I'd seen. She's clearly skeptical, but promises to dispatch an officer, and we both hang up the phone. I step away from the payphone, sit down on the curb. I'm exhausted. July 25th, 1986. I kick a rock from the dirt road as I stare into the timber. It's been a week since I called the authorities regarding that place. I have a 2-mile hike ahead. Easy stuff to compare to the type of sleep I've been getting these past few nights. I realized quickly that I had no way of knowing what the sheriff ended up finding. I make my way into the timber. I can tell my steps are a bit quicker than usual, as my mind yearns for some sort of closure. As I walk, I think through how depressing all of this really is. The shelter itself has a vibe of something that shouldn't be. It's depressing all on its own. The real sad part is that I realized that I had no one to tell this crazy story to. No family, no friends, no one I trusted. I was just dazed. I would sit and stare at the wall as my mind would just run through the reality of what I just found. This judge, he knows. What does a man like that have to do with a shelter like this? My mind creates the avenues for my thoughts to flow through. I'm close to the shelter now. At least I think I am. I'm not seeing the blue tarp. I can't make out the building. No green roof. I turn in a circle to make sure that I'm in the right place. I eventually find the tree that I rested against a few days back. I'm definitely in the right area, but something is off. If the sheriff has been here, I see no sign of him. In fact, I don't see a sign of anything. I instantly get this strange feeling in my stomach. I move forward and find myself standing in the open space where the shelter used to stand. Shelter is gone. Where it used to be, I find brushes and branches and dirt stacked. I move closer. I kick at the dirt. The brown quickly fades into a black residue. I kick at it some more and kneel down to get a closer look. Ash. I grab a stick and dig. Dark black ashes. They burned it to the ground. I stand up. I'm afraid now. I feel like I've walked into a trap. The feeling like I wasn't alone. I retreat to the base of my familiar tree. Stop and look back. No movement at all. They burned that shelter down to ashes and then buried it under the brush. I'm asking myself every question in the book. I called the authorities to report this place, and a week later it's destroyed and hidden. It doesn't make any sense. I'm powerless. I have nothing to prove my story. Nobody that would trust me if I told them. I called the sheriff, who I assumed called the judge. That judge burned down the devil's shelter. And now, I'm a young man trespassing with a story I have no way of proving. I slide down against the base of the tree, a mind full of equations with no answers. I sit near the tree for a while. listening to the sounds of the woods, questioning everything. I should have grabbed one of those cassette tapes or one of those file folders. My efforts to conceal my poking around completely destroyed any chance of anyone ever believing me. March 2nd, 1987. I listened to the dial tone buzz for a long while before I dialed their number. After 2 rings, a woman answers. I explain myself, tell the young woman on the phone that I'm following up on a call that I made to the sheriff's office a few months ago. After advising the woman that I was never given a case number and then giving the address of the judge's home, the woman advises me that they have no records on file. I hang up the phone. October 17th, 1990. I'm a depressed mess. These last 3 years have been nothing but odd jobs, apartment rentals, and cheap used cars, and late night television. I think of that shelter often. It haunts my nights and runs my brain rabbit. I'm seated on an old couch. It's late. The television flashes scenes from an episode of In the Heat of the Night. I've debated on going to the FBI. I already know they'll think I'm crazy. I'm sure they'll have information on me. They'll see a 27-year-old unemployed hippie. I already know it's a complete waste of time. For me, it's the only answer to at least attempt to ease my conscience. I fall asleep. November 2nd, 1990. There's a knock at the door. Finally. Been waiting for a while and I'm a nervous wreck. I open up the door. A young agent greets me from my front patio and I welcome him inside. He's slim. He's probably close to my age. I'm sure he's already judging me and my cheap rental. I direct him to my kitchen table and he takes a seat. He declines a cup of coffee. I pour one for myself and sit opposite him. He's no nonsense. We spend almost no time on small talk. He pulls a form from his briefcase and has a pen at the ready. For the next hour, I explain in detail the shelter that I stumbled upon and the judge's land 4 years prior. The agent is professional. He seems to be keeping notes and asked a few questions along the way. After I'm done, I look him dead in the face and tell him, I'm not crazy. I apologized for not calling earlier and told him I was afraid to do so because I was trespassing. Finally, I tell him this whole thing has really bothered me and has completely impacted my entire life. He offers no sympathy. He thanks me for reaching out, shakes my hand and gives me his card. He tells me I did the right thing in contacting the FBI and that they take all reports very seriously. As he exits, he tells me he'll be in touch. I never hear from him again. June 21st, 2001. On the second ring of the doorbell, I open up my door. There, standing on the porch, is a well-dressed man in a gray suit and dark tie. He asks for me by name. I respond to him that I'm the one he's asking for. He introduces himself and proceeds to explain that he's a private investigator and wanted to ask me a few questions. Before I answer, a bit confused, I ask if everything is okay, if I'm in some sort of trouble. The PI explained that he's investigating a missing person case from Colorado and that he came across a report that I gave to the FBI in 1990. I let him inside. He hands me an FBI report. What can you tell me about this judge in your report? Nothing. I definitely didn't know the guy personally. I just knew of him. He was well known in the county at the time. I just happened to be trespassing on his acreage when I came upon the shelter described in my report. Why? Are you investigating him? Not exactly. I've been hired to investigate a missing person case from Colorado. She was last seen in a small town outside of Boulder in 1981. Her family hasn't been able to make any headway. It's terrible, but I'm sorry. How does this connect to the judge in Tennessee? Well, I was able to locate one of the missing girl's best friends from back then. She was in rough shape, an addict. I talked to her at length regarding the disappearance, and she ends up telling me that this missing girl had been running around with some group from the East Coast. The best I could gather was that they were some sort of cult of some kind. She didn't have much for details, but she did give me the name of some guy in Tennessee. I visited him a month ago. The judge? No. And it ended up being a dead end. This guy was stationed in Germany from 1979 to 1983. He claims to have no idea who this missing girl is. But in our interview, when I told him the cult angle, something about the story struck a chord. He told me that he used to know a guy, the judge, who claimed that he was some sort of connected man. He always thought the guy was slightly crazy, but what's strange is this guy was also connected to some kind of cult. The real coincidence was his travel. He made frequent trips from Tennessee to Boulder area to meet up with some of these other cult members. Honestly, I have no idea how the puzzle piece even came to be. I'm still scratching my head over it. And the guy traveling between Tennessee and Boulder is the judge, right? Yes. The man who was making those trips is the same judge in your report. Imagine my surprise when I came across your report and see all of those things about the supposed shelter on his land. The judge passed away 2 years back. Really, this is all we've got. I've spent weeks interviewing people who knew this judge. Not a single one of them had a bad thing to say about the guy. He's clean as a whistle. My mind strays. The PI sticks around for another 15 minutes or so. There wasn't much else to gain from our conversation. I walked him to the door and watched as he hopped into his SUV. It was the last time that I ever talked to anyone about the Devil's Shelter. I had a very odd experience that I really can't explain. It really gives me a real gang initiation or human trafficking vibes, and I'm left feeling uncomfortable, not like warning people or something. I've gone back to this location, but there's nothing to indicate anyone was ever there. So I'm a professional mushroom picker, and I've been an outdoorsman for over 30 years. I go to a lot of remote places at a lot of weird times because rain doesn't care if it's day or night. I had plans to go out picking, so I went to bed super early, got up around 10 p.m., and started getting my gear together. I couldn't shake this feeling like I had a dream, where I stopped at a rest stop and got attacked. But I don't remember having a dream like that. I remember just being uncomfortable that someone was going to come out of nowhere when I pulled over to pee. I just couldn't shake the feeling of seeing the normal places I stop at, but something bad happening while I was there. I pull over to pee driving all the time. I'm on the road a lot, with a lot of coffee. So for something like that to just weird me out is very unusual. I'm also armed, so for it to bug me at this level was just unsettling and highly unusual. I'm also on the taller side and jacked, so human beings have never really been imposing in any sense. And past experience has taught me, when I walk out of those kind of bad situations, I'm fine. So I literally have zero reason to have this kind of worry, especially at the forefront of my mind. I'm driving 22 and hit Heba, Oregon. Then it turns into 101 just south of Tillamook. I had already pulled over once, but got an unnerving feeling after about 10 seconds and just bailed because it felt like people were outside, but I didn't hear or see anyone. It was just kind of like a present feeling. So I told myself, you're fine. I won't stop at a pullout or wait for the rest stop. I couldn't wait anymore. So I found the spot that cars don't seem to pull over at. Not in front of a house or any paths. There's zero excuse for any human being to be out there. It's perfect. There's no indication of other people using it either. Around me is a salt marsh, slough type habitat, wide open plain. No houses around. No mushroom picker paths. No garbage. Nobody had been behind me and nobody came up in front of me. It was just me in the woods, and had been for some time. I pull over and think, well, okay, there's no way someone is just gonna pop out. I must be crazy or stressed. I'm freaking out over nothing. I reach over to grab my coffee and dig out a sandwich and decide to look up one last time. After all, nobody's been there every time I looked. Why do I still have this feeling? Nothing is gonna be there. And then, there he fucking is. A guy, dressed like he just walked out the front door of a club in the pouring rain at midnight on a Tuesday, in the middle of basically a conservation level type ecosystem. I couldn't believe it. It was actually happening. Then the dream I remembered suddenly clicked, and things started to fall into place that made the situation end very, very badly. Almost like I was actively remembering it before it happened. The memories kind of flushed in a flood, then sped up, met up with how the present was going down. I saw how it ended if I stayed. He didn't approach my car like he was approaching the passenger side as a concerned citizen or something. He walked into the middle of the road, in front of my car, the place I need to drive to. His clothes weren't soaked, and his pant legs didn't have mud from picking mushrooms, and his sneakers, not boots, weren't even dirty. I don't even know how something like this is physically possible to achieve. I don't even think his clothes started getting wet from the pouring rain until I started observing him. I understand how all this sounds, so I've chosen my words carefully here. His left arm swayed as he walked, but his right arm stayed rigid, and he kept his hip pointed away from me as he approached my car. Just a slew of bright red lights indicating that he likely had a weapon. He wasn't looking at me or my car or my plate either. He was looking at some things, not just one thing, about 10 to 15 feet behind me. He didn't increase or decrease his speed. He kept moving at the same pace, with his arm extended at my car, staring at one thing behind me and shifting his gaze to another thing behind me. I throw the car into drive as he's continuing to move at or in the way of the car, and I nearly run him over. This has no effect on him. He's not shocked. He doesn't jump out of the way. About a half a mile up the road and another car comes opposite direction, and their headlights wash over the area. He's there with his arm out, staring where I just was like I'd never driven away. He was still actively approaching me. The car gets closer, and I move further away, and look back and he's gone. I've been sober for over 3 years. Life has been unusually hard these past few weeks. But life was fine when this event happened. I'm not really entirely sure what to think of it. It's just so strange and unnerving. And having it happen after such a strange, complex feeling has made it almost feel supernatural in a sense. At minimum, I think I was about to get robbed and killed. The longer I reflect back on this experience, the more I wonder if this person was human or even existed at all. Or, if he did, in some extrasensory perception, saved my life. For reference, I work as a barista in a coffee shop inside a larger store. I am one of a handful of male baristas at my shop. I am gay and very open about this. I wear pride shoes. I have a pride flag attached to my name tag. And I have a couple of wristbands with rainbows and phrases like Orlando Strong, as well as a local LGBT plus center. So the other day, I was working my shift at a register. A gentleman comes up to me and smiles. I think he noticed the pride flag on my name tag, but he didn't explicitly mention it at first. He says he doesn't know what to order and asks for my opinion. Now, I'm not a coffee drinker, but I know what drink fits most tastes. So I ask him what he likes, and then I try to give him recommendations. As I'm talking, I can tell he's paying more attention to me than what I'm actually saying, which I'm completely okay with. He was a shorter, well-built man, had beautiful eyes, a nice beard, basically the perfect DILF. Eventually, he decides on a super sweet iced drink that we have, and I go to make it for him. As I'm making the drink, one of my coworkers leans over and whispers, "I think that customer just took a picture of you." That was a bit of a red flag, but I thanked her and kind of brushed it off. I gave him his drink and he smiles. Then he points to the pride flag and says, "I love that flag. Where can I get one of those?" I laughed and said I got it from a pride event that I went to a few years ago. He then said, "And where can I get the person it's attached to?" I immediately feel a rush and I start blushing, but trying to act professional, I brush it off. He eventually takes his drink and sits at one of the tables. I continue going about my day, debating whether I should give in to this guy or not. Every now and then, I'd glance at his table to see him looking at me. No matter when I looked, it seemed that he was looking at me. I started to get that weird feeling, the hard eyes with red flags type of thing. Then I noticed that he hasn't taken a single drink out of his coffee. When I go have a break, I wipe down some of the tables. I stop by his table and ask if he didn't like it, and if not, I can make him a new one, free of charge. He hands me the drink and mentions he's not sure if it's too sweet for him or not, then asks me to try it. I politely decline, telling him I don't drink coffee. He's shocked, asks me why I'm working here and blah blah blah. As we're talking though, his questions begin to shift. So, do you lift at all? Me? No, not really. Well, how much do you think you could lift if you had to? The job requirement is 50 pounds, so I guess at least that much. Well, I've learned it's good to be able to lift at least half your body weight. How much do you think you weigh? Immediate red flags are going off. There's something about the combination of the drink and those two questions that made me feel like I was being asked how much of a fight I'd be able to put up, especially if drugged. I have been drugged at a party before, and these things are red flags that I've learned to pick up on. So I kindly and quickly end the conversation and go back to cleaning tables. As the hours go by, he continues to sit there, not drinking his drink. Other employees and a couple of managers ask if everything's okay. He says he's perfectly happy. Every now and then, he takes a phone call. And at one point, I swear I can see a guy on his phone at a different part of the store, talking opposite of the guy at the table. Suddenly, I start to feel like there are more eyes on me than I realize. I pull one of my managers to the back and tell him that I'm getting weirder and weirder feelings about that guy. And the manager told me we'd keep an eye on him. Now, I was closing on this shift, so as we got closer and closer to closing time, I noticed him still sitting there. When the announcement that the store is closing in half an hour is made, he comes up to the counter and asks me if I could walk to my car with him when I get off. I tell him our closing duties take us at least 45 minutes after we close. He tells me he'd be happy to wait. I politely decline, and he asks when I work next. So I tell him I'm off for the next couple of weeks. Well, then I should feel like I should walk you to your car, especially if I might not be able to see you for a couple of weeks. I politely decline again, and eventually he does leave. Finish my closing duties and head to the employee area. As soon as I get there, I tell one of my managers about the situation and ask if I could take the side exit from the store. He agrees. He tells me he'd walk with me to my car to make sure I'm okay, if I'm cool with waiting a little while. And I am. So I walk out the side doors with a couple of managers. I get into my car, and as I'm driving away, I see a large van with extremely tinted windows parked right in front of the front door. There's no way to know for sure if my customer was in that van, and if it was as ominous as I thought it was. But I know that I was not about to stay to figure it out. I took a long and winding path home that night. So, to that very hot guy that I sold coffee to, let's not meet. I'll try to be as brief as possible and stick to the relevant events that are going to give me this feeling. The latest events that happened last night. I didn't get much sleep, so apologies if I ramble or if I'm unclear. My wife and I recently purchased our first home after the birth of our daughter. Everything was as you would expect the first few months. Painting, decorating, renovating, basking in our newfound slice of the American dream. You get the idea. Unusual things started happening several months ago. One day, as I was getting home from work, I passed by a strange truck or two 3 houses down from ours, and I say strange for a few reasons. We literally know everybody in our small neighborhood. And I've never seen this trucker person before. There's no reason for through traffic to come down our street, and the truck was driving very slowly, like, put it in drive but don't press the gas slowly. As I pulled in the driveway, the truck flipped a U-turn and came back toward my house. Getting out of my car, The truck crawled by, and the driver stared daggers at me as he passed, then sped off. I don't like to judge based on appearances, and I like to think that I don't scare easily, but something about this guy's eyes just gave me a bad feeling. Obviously, this was weird. I mentioned what happened to my wife, telling her we should be more mindful about security. When I told her about the type of truck, my wife then said, "That same truck drove by and the guy stared at me when I got home this afternoon. I thought he was just being creepy and checking me out." I tried to tease her a little bit to lighten the mood, calling her cocky for assuming any guy driving by was checking her out. I didn't want to freak her out, but I myself was definitely freaked out. We saw that truck a few more times over the next couple of weeks, either driving by slowly or parked down the block and facing our yard. But one day, the truck stopped driving by, and we haven't seen it since. I sort of just dismissed the whole thing as me being paranoid. But then other things started happening. In the past month or so, my wife and I have been hearing tapping on the windows at the front of our house at night. It's happened 2 or 3 times to each of us separately, always around 10 or 11 p.m. It's sort of like this soft but distinct tap, tap, tap. It sounds like a knocking with a single knuckle on a metal part of the screen door, if that makes any sense. The first time that my wife and I hear the tapping together was last weekend. We were in the front room playing with our daughter around 9:30, just about to settle her down for bed. My front room has a large, almost floor-to-ceiling window running the length of the wall next to the front door, which faces the street. We were all sitting on the floor with our backs to the window, reading our daughter a book when we heard it. Tap, 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 tap. Now our house is older. Creaks and cracks are not uncommon, but this sound was so distinctively intentional that my wife and I immediately look at one another and bolted up out of the room. I had my wife and daughter lock themselves in a back room while I turned on all the lights and did a sweep around the house. Of course, I didn't see anything. Was ready to dismiss the whole thing as again more paranoia over something that I probably had an innocent explanation for. That all was until last night. Around 9:45, we hear our daughter making noise in the baby monitor. I waited a few minutes to see if she would settle down, but when it became clear she wouldn't, I got up to put her back to sleep. Now the layout of the room is important to visualize this next part. This room is on the side of our house, where the exterior wall juts out a bit in an L shape, and the corner of this L is made up of windows. If you're standing in the door to the room, you're directly across from these windows in one corner. There's a rocking chair in the other corner, pointed towards the front of the house. One window faces the street, the other faces our neighbor's house. A garden bed planted with small shrubs wraps around the house, directly underneath it. I was sitting in the chair getting my daughter settled down. I had a lamp on, so the room was softly lit. Once she fell asleep, I stood up to put her in her crib, when something caught my eye. There's a figure standing a foot away from the window, in the bare space between the shrubs and the house, and they were definitely staring at us. I didn't look long enough to see anything more of what appeared to be a man in a light gray hoodie, just standing a few feet away on the other side of that glass. Sprinting from the room, I brought my daughter back to my wife and I's room, leaving her there while telling my understandably confused wife to lock the door. After turning off all the lights inside the house and turning on all the lights outside on, I began moving from room to room, peering out the windows into the darkness. I couldn't see anything out of ordinary. Whoever it was must have taken off after seeing me notice them and made a quick exit. Obviously, I had some trouble sleeping after this. I spent hours checking security cameras and going from room to room, looking out windows every single night. Hoping, but also not hoping, that I would see anything that could explain what happened. This morning I went outside to the spot where that figure would have been standing. I thought, hoped, there would be a plan or something that I mistook for the person. When I got to the spot, I realized the figure had been standing in exactly a bare patch of ground, about 2 feet in diameter, directly in front of our window. Part of me is still hoping that I'm being paranoid. The mind can play tricks on you in the dark, seeing things that aren't actually there, especially when you're a sleep-deprived new parent. But with everything that's been happening, I can't shake the feeling that there's actually someone out there last night, watching us. Please, let me be wrong. I was 15 years old, and back in those days, you'd usually catch my friends and I at the big AMC movie theater. It's a huge theater. Kind of reminds me of an airport almost. And it was a very popular hangout for kids that age on weekends. I remember going to the movies one night with friends, and a group of guys approached us. We started chatting and flirting as you do at that age. They said they went to one of the local high schools. One of the guys I was talking to eventually asked for my phone number. I gave it to him. I was naive. I thought it was harmless. So I gave him my phone number. He called me maybe a day or two after that, and so we talked for a bit. We had a few more phone conversations here and there before he asked me out on a date. As we made plans to meet, he told me that he needed to tell me something. He admitted that he actually wasn't 16 or whatever age he had said he was. He wasn't in high school. He was 22. I fell silent, trying to think of my response, but there was more. Not only was he 22, he'd been in prison and was recently released. Why? Accessory to murder for being in the car when his friend shot someone while driving by. Still remember being frozen in fear. I calmly said that I didn't want to talk to him anymore, and please never call me again, and hung up. After I hung up, the phone immediately started ringing again. I picked it up, but before I could even say hello, this man had called back and was already screaming at the top of his lungs into the phone. I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but it was along the lines of, "Don't you ever hang up on me," calling me every name in the book. So I hung up again, this time leaving the phone off of the receiver. I remember being so scared to tell my parents because I didn't want them to be disappointed in me. They were always so proud of me for making good decisions. It was my fault after all, giving some guy I just met my phone number, so I didn't say anything at first. The calls, however, kept coming, but to keep my parents in the dark, I usually made sure I was only answering the phone when it rang. He told me that he put my home phone number into a reverse phone directory and had found my address. He would call and say things like, "I like your sister's new green car," to make sure I knew he was watching the house. Around this time, I developed a fear of being home alone. I couldn't be home for even a minute, so if my parents and sister were gone, I'd call a neighbor friend to come spend some time with me. One night, my parents were in bed, but my sister and I were up late watching TV. We saw a car pull into our driveway and just sit there with lights on. I couldn't see who it was, but I knew who it was. After that, everything stopped. I remember thinking how crazy it was that he'd done all of that and then just disappeared. A year, maybe 2 years later, I was sitting at home, watching the finale of American Idol, and the phone rang. The caller ID said it was coming from a correctional facility. Confused, I answered it. It was a collect call from you-know-who. I couldn't believe it. I obviously didn't accept it and hung up. And thankfully, I never heard from him again. I told my parents about this years later, and they said, "No wonder you were scared to be alone." I should have told them at the time, because it could have escalated even further. This story mirrors a similar experience I had years ago, the one I posted here. I really do wonder if there's something about me that attracts these people. One lapse in judgment can lead to situations like these. So to all the creepy men I've encountered in my life, let's not meet again. Here's a story I've never told anyone. partly because elements of the story are just not appropriate for most social situations. As a result, I've locked this away in my memory, and I rarely think about it. Fair warning, this does involve some sketchy sexual situations, but does not actually describe any sexual acts. And as another disclaimer, I am completely aware that this story involves me being very stupid and careless. I'm not going to inject any of these acknowledgments into the story, but rest assured, in that hindsight, I'm aware of the foolishness that took place, and I don't need to be chided on that topic. The year was approximately 1998-1999. I was a young gay man in my early 20s, living in a medium-sized city in the Midwestern US. This was sort of an in-between, transitional time for gay people, and where most populous areas we had enough respect to live openly, but there were still plenty of people who did not like us. It was well before the invention of smartphones, and the internet was still in the early stages of mass adoption. There were large communities online, but it was not yet at the most point where most Americans were online. Online socialization consisted of chat rooms, hosted by various services like AOL, Yahoo, or IRC servers, and message boards were still in use by large numbers of people. For gay men at the time, it was nothing short of revolutionary. Prior to the internet and to the broader cultural changes, gay men had been stuck looking for fun in secretive and/or shady places due to the inability to freely express ourselves. In the 90s, it was still somewhat risky, but the internet offered a way to talk freely and relatively anonymously without the risk of being outed or worse. For this reason, it really took off in the gay communities, and gay men were a very large part of the user bases for these social platforms. It was suddenly very easy and relatively safe to find dates, friends, or just sex, and it quickly became the norm for a lot of gay men. On the other hand, being such a new communication tool for most people, we are sometimes blind to the risks. Being an attractive young man in my prime, I made liberal use of the online communities to find dates. That is to say, I had plenty of hookups. My city had a decent number of chat rooms and personal message boards, and I had mostly great experiences from them. I met the typical assortment of good guys, closet cases, and weirdos that you'd expect. I wasn't an absolute hoe by most standards, but suffice to say that a cute gay guy at the time could generally have a lot more dates than your typical straight person. At some point during this time, I'd had some brief chat on a message board with a guy from my same city. I forget his screen name. It's been over 20 years, so let's call him Slim Guy 65. This back and forth had happened on a general thread in a gay section, but not in private messages, so it was visible to anyone who chose to read that thread. Nothing had come of it, but about a week later, I received an email from an unrecognized address. The email basically said, "Hey, I'm not gay and I don't agree with the gay lifestyle. I'm here because my friend met this Slim Guy 65 person from this message board, and the guy really hurt him. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. My friend tried to call the police, but they wouldn't do anything. I seen you were talking to Slim Guy 65, so just be careful and definitely stay away from him." Okay, that's strange. What does this person mean by really hurt him? Was his heart broken? Did he get beaten up or verbally abused or what? I responded to the email, asking for clarification on what exactly happened, and never received a response. I was slightly weirded out by it, but on the other hand, it's an anonymous email from someone who doesn't respond and is vague about their warning. This could be anything. It could be some disgruntled ex trying to mess with the guy. It also could be a real warning about someone gay bashing. It could be someone trolling who doesn't have anything to do with anyone. I kept it in the back of my mind, but pretty much shrugged it off. Several weeks later, I had a weekday off work and decided to take to the internet to fish for some guys, as was my custom. Lo and behold, I had an email response to a personal ad. It was Slim Guy 65. He was offering to meet me at his place and hang out and just have a good time. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I won't go into details. And as I recall, there really wasn't many details discussed other than the small talk and intros that we'd done previously. Nothing about this guy was really sounding interesting to me, but I had no other offers on this day, so I decided, why not? I'll go see what this dude is all about. As I typed my reply, I suddenly remembered that strange email I'd received that warned me about this person. So I went back and reread it. Still vague. Still presenting more questions without any answers. Should I take this anonymous warning at face value and just ignore Slim Guy 65 or what? I decided to go check him out anyway. His address was on a rather busy street in the middle of a dense residential area, not some shack out in the woods. I can handle myself. If he's weird, I can just get the hell out of there. Before long, I arrive at the house at the agreed time. It was a duplex-style house with one apartment on the ground floor and one on the second floor, part of a row of several identical duplexes. It was the middle of the afternoon. There was plenty of traffic on the street and the occasional person out on their porch or in their backyard. I pulled up into the driveway into the parking area behind the house, got out, and knocked on the door. The guy that answered looked pretty normal. Kind of mousy looking guy, probably in his 40s. Slight slim build, soft-spoken. Looked like any guy working in an office cubicle somewhere. Not really my type, but honestly my curiosity was piqued, and I had nothing else to do. So I stepped inside to take a look around and gauge the situation. The warning email fresh on my mind. As I stepped into the back door into the kitchen, it was very clean. There was nothing out on the counters, no table, no chairs, anything. That is to say, it did look like someone was living there. It had just been kept up and cleaned, but looked empty. Looking out into the apartment, I could see that it was not set up as a living space. A large window with sliding glass was between the kitchen and living room, and I could see what looked like a large table out in the living room area. Slim Guy 65 said something like, "This isn't where I live. A friend of mine used to run a doctor's office here. I just maintain the building for him. It's private though. We have the place to ourselves." He shut the back door and locked it with a key deadbolt, the kind that you would need a key to open even from the inside. He put his keys back in his pocket saying, "So, what do you want to do?" At this point, my danger sense spiked. This is not a normal home. Why is he locking the door like that? It's not necessarily suspect. A lot of people have that sort of lock on their door. And the door has a window, so it even makes sense. Something is not right here, though. I can tell. And now I'm locked in. I asked him why he locked the door like that, which immediately flustered him. He was looking rather nervous, and his voice was a little wavery and halting. Not quite stuttering, but almost. He said, well, we don't want someone to come in and interrupt us, right?" Flashing a weak, unconvincing smile. His demeanor and body language were all I needed to confirm that this guy was up to no good. Or at least there was something that he was hiding. However, I could tell that I was intimidating him. He was not particularly muscular, but I have a larger frame. Like, even when I'm at my very thinnest, I will still wear size large tops and 36 waist pants, so I look big, which people tend to interpret me as being stronger than I really am. But I'm not a tough guy at all. My resting facial expression doesn't do me any good. Makes me kind of look like a badass thug, I don't know. People who don't often know me assume that I'm rough or something. I sometimes use this to my advantage while I can, because before long, a new acquaintance will eventually figure out that I'm a total wimp. But this was definitely an occasion to play up the tough guy appearance, and that's exactly what I did. I put on my best steely face and told him to unlock the door, and that I don't want to be locked in here. He looked for a moment like he was going to pee his pants and then said, "Okay, alright, I'll unlock this. And I'll just lock the knob here." And then he turned that little dial that locks the doorknob. That was fine with me. I continued to stare at him until he said, I'll leave the keys on the counter right here." And then he set the keys down near the sink. I was relatively satisfied with that answer. But at this point, my adrenaline was flowing. I was almost in full flight or fight mode. I was just kind of stuck in place, frozen. This guy was between me and the door. I was a little freaked out, but he didn't appear to pose any immediate physical threat to me. I could tell that his pants pockets were empty, and that I was intimidating the living hell out of him. So, I didn't know what to do exactly yet. Now keep in mind, despite my wordy descriptions, all of this happened very quickly, without really any long pauses. It had only been 1 or 2 minutes since I'd stepped inside the door. This all happened at the pace of a conversation. The guy was obviously nervous and not trying to appear so. And then he said, "Well, let's go in." Walked a wide path around me through the kitchen into what would normally be a living room, and toward the hall to the right from there. I was familiar with this floor layout. It's very common in this area. The hallway would lead to 2 small bedrooms with a bathroom in between them. I hesitated, thinking I should just walk back out that door and take off. But really, now I was super curious. I knew there's no way in hell that I'm doing anything with this guy, but I kind of want to see what's going on in here. Also, I'm confident that he can't take me when it comes to a fight, so I slowly followed him toward the living room. It felt like I was walking in slow motion. From the kitchen entrance, I could see a large rectangular stainless steel table, taking up a lot of the living room. I remember thinking to myself, this looks like a surgical table. It looked like the kind that could rise and tilt, and had that recessed channel running all the way towards the edge. In hindsight, I know what that was. It was 100% a mortician's table. Dude had a mortician's table in his living room. But at the time, I thought it looked like a medical table of some sort. There's some rather office-type cabinets and other stuff around. But thinking back now, all I really remember is that table in that room. The large front window looking out into the street was covered by vertical blinds that were closed. He then said something like, "This used to be a doctor's office, like I said. Just come back here." The hallway revealed the room setup that I expected. The first bedroom door was closed. The second door was to a small, very clean bathroom. At the end of the hall was another bedroom, which looked like, if the doctor's office story was true, had at one time been converted to an exam room. He said, "We can go in that room if you want. Go ahead, take a look." He stayed by the other closed bedroom door. The back bedroom door was now open, and I could see that the walls were covered in a honey-colored wood paneling, the type that you might see in a den or an office that hasn't been updated since the early 1970s. I slowly took a few steps down to the door, trying to be very aware of what Mr. Creepy was doing behind me. He didn't move. When I got up to that room, the first thing that I noticed was the door had a key deadbolt lock, like the back door. This room locked from the outside. I wondered if there was a lever on the inside, but I pretty much knew the answer to that question without needing to check. I also saw a chair, a non-swiveling plastic desk chair with thin metal legs, sitting near the center of the room. The room had old dark carpet and those wood-paneled walls. I noticed that the walls were completely paneled with no windows, and I know that that room had to at least had one window, probably 2. So whoever did the paneling went over the windows. There's also a phone in there, plugged in, sitting on the floor. It was an old office phone, probably from around the 80s or early 90s. Dingy beige plastic, with several buttons to manage different phone lines. Sitting on the carpet near the wall, the chair at a slight distance facing the phone. There was nothing else in that room. I was standing at the threshold of that room, with one foot slightly in, absolutely not going past the door. I looked back at the dude. He was standing by that door just nervously smiling at me, trying hard to look casual, but obviously very nervous or something. He said something again like, "Well, what do you want to do?" Instead of answering, I felt around the back side of the deadbolt lock. Sure enough, nothing there but the smooth wood of the door. It also dawned on me that I did not see a light switch anywhere for the ceiling lamp. Where was this switch? Who knows? It should have been just inside the door, of course, but that original switch was covered up by the paneling. He mumbled something about not having the key to that lock. Don't worry about it. I turned back to face the man and just said, "Okay, what is it that you want to do here?" My skin had gone ice cold, and I realized that I was way too far into this apartment now. I was running through my mind and the options in my head. What is this guy gonna do? He doesn't appear to have any weapon or anything. within reach, but who knows what goes on in this place? What are you trying to do? He was almost totally derailed by that, and he just stammered out, "Some hot man-to-man fun?" With the weakest smile I've ever seen, looking like he was just a hair's breadth away from panicking. That sounds comical, but really the sentence was probably the most chilling part of the entire experience for me. It was the way he said it, like he had to come up with something on the fly, something that would sound plausible, and he failed. Who even says that in real life? Hey, do you want to have some hot man-to-man fun? Nobody. It's something you'd see on an advertisement for a cheesy porn site or something. And that was it. I said, "Nope, I want to go. I'm leaving." He said, "Oh, okay." I quickly walked past him as he flattened himself against the wall to avoid me. I noped right out through that living room and through the kitchen into the back door, which was thankfully still not deadbolted. The keys were still on the counter. I let myself out the door and didn't bother closing, as I saw him slowly coming to the door behind me. I deliberately walked, not ran, to my car. Looking back at the building, I could see that there was indeed a window facing the backyard area from that paneled room, but of course, it was covered up from the inside. The dude was now shutting and locking the back door. I left heart pounding, skin icy cold, thinking, holy what was that? So was this guy some kind of killer, or was he just an awkward closeted gay guy with access to a sterile looking apartment and an autopsy table, as well as windowless rooms that locks from the outside, with a chair and a phone and no light switch? It's clear to me that the poor soul who walks into that room and gets locked in, he probably shuts off the light from somewhere and calls the phone. Other than that, it's anyone's guess what happens. I assume the friend of the judgmental person who emailed me must have been some kid that got locked in for whatever game ensues. Driving home, at first I thought, of course, I have to call the police and tell them what's going on in that place. But thinking it through, I realized I didn't have any crime to tell them about. I went to meet a man for casual sex, and what? He has a room with a chair in it? He has an exam table? The police aren't going to do anything with that story. The guy didn't touch me or do anything to me, and I left. I considered calling the anonymous tip line, but again, what exactly would I report? There was no actionable crime. While the local police in the city were pretty decent, they weren't especially interested in getting involved with helping the gays. They'd prosecute actual crimes if it was cut and dry, but I'd heard plenty of accounts of them not choosing to follow up on cases where there was not an easy arrest to be made. In the end, I decided not to report anything, because nothing would come of it, except drawing unwanted attention to myself. Even in retrospect, I think that was probably the most rational choice to make. If this happened today in 2020, the law enforcement would probably be a lot more interested in it. But back then, not so much, so live and learn. I still drove past the house once in a while in the normal course of life for several years, and I'd pay attention to how it looked. The vertical blinds were closed maybe for 5 or 6 years whenever I went past. Then eventually the blinds were down, and there were decorative curtains in the window, so I assumed the place eventually sold to someone who actually lived in it. Around 2002 or maybe 2003, there was a murder of a young man in the news. He'd been found in the next state, which borders my city, so it's not very far away. I recognized the guy from the gay community, but didn't know him personally. A friend mentioned to me something about the local serial killer, and I said, "What?" He explained that a few young men had gone missing over the past year, each after being at one specific dive bar, and each being found several miles to the north past the state line and out in the country. The case on the news matched up with that MO. My friend told me the young guy had been at a bar and left with someone the night that he disappeared. The news report didn't mention anything about the gay bar or similar recent cases. I had to wonder if my acquaintance from the internet had anything to do with it. The location of the murders apparently was nowhere near that duplex, at least according to the story I was told. I never heard of a resolution to the murder on the news, or any official mention of a suspected serial killer, other than just gossip. When I was younger, every year for Christmas, I would drive upstate to my aunt's house along a stretch of highway. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of this road. All I know is that it runs nearby Akron, New York. However, for most of the drive, it's through rural areas with little to no towns nearby. It was the dead of night, and my groggy self had gotten off a long shift and had to drag my ass to my aunt's house since my extended family was expecting me the following morning. Near halfway through the drive, I realized I was low on gas, which irritated me. My brother told me he had filled up the day before, so either he forgot or was just straight up lying. I saw this archaic looking sign for a gas station off the next road. It wasn't an official road sign, it was just literally a pole with a slab of metal attached with the sign saying, "Gas, off next exit," or something along those lines. It seemed a little sketchy, but people do the same thing with fruit stands on highways, so whatever. I pulled off the next exit on this dilapidated ass country road through dense woods. The whole thing was creepy and surreal. I kept expecting Leatherface to come running out of the trees with a chainsaw. Eventually, I made it up to the gas station and quickly realized it definitely hadn't been open for years. It was all rusted, and the convenience store's roof was caving in. The gas pumps had been taken out as well. I pull over next to it and check my gauge. I would probably only make it another half mile before running out, so I called AAA and they said they'd send a truck over. Now I just had to play the waiting game. I left my engine on because when the headlights were off, everything was pitch black and my paranoid self wasn't going to sit next to an abandoned gas station in the middle of forest and in complete darkness. So most of the wait went, well, uneventful. Until I sensed movement around the side of the old store, where my headlights were pointed. I look up and didn't see anything, so I just looked back down at my phone. Then, over the sounds of the night, I hear someone yell to me, "Hey buddy, come here," in this demanding tone. I look up, and no joke, there's a dude standing by the old store, looking toward me, illuminated by my headlights. He looked like a run-of-the-mill homeless guy. I was spooked and figured he must have been squatting there. As I continued to watch him, I rolled down my window and yelled something like, "Yeah, what's up?" Still mentally crapping myself. I had my foot ready to floor it out of there at the first sign of trouble. "You got any change?" "No, sorry, I don't, man." I look up at him, and he has this vacant expression, as if standing there stiff. I see more movement. There are heads. I'd say at least 20 or so heads peeking around the trees beyond the man I'm talking to. I can't see them clearly, but they're definitely people. Literally just heads staring in my direction from around the trees. I see another guy beginning to walk from around the gas station, and then I turned around and just sped off. I got as far away from that place as my tank would carry me, and then updated AAA on my location. Eventually the driver came back over and filled me up, and I didn't say anything else. But after he left, I wanted to call the cops, so I called the nearest town's sheriff department. They told me they sent a trooper over and I gave them the location. When I got to my aunt's house, the trooper called me back and said whoever was out there was now gone, but they could tell a large number of people had been living there for quite a while. There were blankets, canned food, the usual things. That whole situation still freaks me out, but frankly, I can consider myself lucky I'll always have such a creepy story to tell. I'm just glad nothing bad happened to me. When I was 19, I worked for a company that allocated labor to rural areas of Australia. Basically, what you did was tell them when you were available, and they'd send you to a remote farm for a few weeks, where you do whatever they needed done. It was hard work and long hours, but good pay and good fun if you got in with a nice group of workers. When this occurred, I was working on a large property, about 9 hours from the Sydney city, and the property itself was about 40 minutes from the nearest town. In short, it was the middle of nowhere. I was working at the farm clearing bushland with 3 other guys my age from the city. Our boss was a guy called Jeremy, who owned the farm and supervised us while helping out with some of the work. He was pretty laid back for the most part. and generally really good to us. This summer in particular was very hot, and the work was hard. So one day, when the temperature hit about 38 degrees Celsius, Jeremy just decided to give us the afternoon off. He said he knew a water hole on the farm about 25 miles north. I was keen for a swim, but the other guys just wanted to relax, so him and I hopped in one of the work trucks and started heading across the property. It was mostly wide, empty expanses with a few clumps of scattered bushland. Jeremy wasn't much of a talker, so we drove more or less in silence. After about 20 minutes, however, he suddenly perked up and jabbed me in the ribs.
Hey, do you see that over there beneath the two dead trees?
I should mention here, if you're not familiar with the inland area, particularly those in Australia, they are brown or red, mostly flat and bland, meaning any bright colors stick out like a sore thumb. So you can imagine our surprise when we see a large blue angular structure far off in the distance. We steer in its direction, and as we got closer, we realized it was a huge blue shipping container, just sitting in the middle of nowhere. Jeremy was perplexed, and I asked him if he knew what it was, but he obviously didn't. He said he hadn't seen it when he drove to this same area about 5 weeks before, and he wanted to go see what it was now. Initially, we pulled to a stop, about 100 meters away from it. At this stage, I had a really bad feeling. The whole thing wasn't right. It's hard to explain, but if you can imagine seeing a foreign object in the middle of a huge barren expanse, it has to be something weird. Jeremy, however, wanted to investigate, which I understood, given it was his property. But in truth, I was still really anxious. As we got closer, things got even more bizarre. There is this big diesel generator behind it thumping away, and a CCTV camera on each side, all motion activated. So they buzzed from side to side, following us as we moved around. I tried to reason with Jeremy, something along the lines of, "With all this security, someone obviously doesn't want us here. Let's just go, man." He brushed me off, however, reminding me that it was his farm, and whoever put this here was trespassing, so he wanted to go inside. Despite all the surveillance, there was only a small padlock on that huge door. We had some bolt cutters in his toolbox, and after a bit of a struggle, we broke the lock and went inside. The first thing that I noticed was the rush of cold air as we got in. It was air conditioned, which I must admit was quite pleasant on such a hot day. We searched around for a light switch, but I could already see that this was some sort of IT setup. There were flashing LEDs all over the place, and the sort of hum you hear when a hard drive is working hard. When we finally switched on the lights, we could see a very sophisticated, albeit somewhat cluttered, office setup. There were hard drives the size of bar fridges and other computer equipment lining the walls, sometimes piled 2 or 3 high, and the plastic storage boxes scattered around the far wall. Several more desks with computer monitors arranged in the middle, complete with rolling office chairs. At this stage, I felt like I was in one of those nonsensical dreams. This made absolutely no sense. We wandered to the middle, sat down at the desk to see if the computers would give us any kind of idea of what the hell was going on here. My heart was racing and I just wanted to bolt. We'd been seen by the CCTV, so if anyone was monitoring, they already knew we were here. Jeremy, on the other hand, was adamant that we had to get to the bottom of this, so I put on my best brave face and started looking through the computer. This went on for quite a while, but in short, neither of us had a very high grasp of technology, outside of Facebook and Microsoft Word. The best I can describe it from my lay position is that it was an endless list of computer talk. It was like the old Napster or LimeWire download screens, what they looked like, just constantly picking up and receiving data, then recording it on several windows. I gave up on the computers, walked cautiously over to the far end of the container, to the big pile of storage boxes. By then, I was pretty sure no one else was there. There was nowhere to really hide, but I was still incredibly on edge. I decided against my better judgment to see what was inside all of these boxes. That brief sift through those boxes still makes me feel sick to my stomach today. It didn't take long for me to realize that the box was full of posters, DVDs, and photos, all hardcore FCP. The one thing that still gets to me is that it was all neatly ordered into files in smaller boxes. These people were organized. I immediately recoiled, jumped up and ran over to Jeremy. I could hardly string a sentence together. I said something to the effect of, "Mate, we need to get out. CP, let's go, let's get out, go." I dragged him out, composed myself, and managed to explain what I'd just seen. We jumped back into the truck and sped back to the house. The farm had no mobile phone reception, and we hadn't brought the satellite phone, so we had to get back to the landline to call the police. Once we called them, they still had to make their way all the way to the farm from the nearest police station, which was in a town about a half hour from the closest farm. As I mentioned, it's very remote. We waited, talking frantically about what we'd just seen, until the cops arrived almost an hour later. They arrived with 2 4-wheel drives, and we jumped in and led them back. And this is where it gets worse. By the time we'd gotten back, the container door was open and there was a fire going on inside. We had only 2 small extinguishers in the car, so these did very little, and the fire department took an hour to get there, by which stage most of the damage was already done. An arson report by the federal police found almost no evidence of the computer equipment described, only traces of paper and cardboard. This means that whoever ran it knew that we were there and had time to come and remove most of it and then get away. There were various ways to get off the property, and the landmass was huge, so there was no real way we could tail them. Since the police hadn't taken us all too seriously in the first instance, probably due to our poor explanation on the phone, aerial surveillance was almost impossible by the time we pieced it all together. I took a keen interest in following it up, but with no real evidence of who might be responsible, the investigation went cold. Kept in contact with Jeremy, and the shipping container is still there on the farm, as it's too expensive to move. I'll never forget what I saw in those boxes. Most of the neighbors on our street are friendly. We look out for one another. We text, chat, and say hello when we see one another, etc. It's a very sweet feeling of a community. In the past, there had only been one household that wasn't interested in being friendly with any of us. An elderly woman, mid-70s. We'll call her Maud. And her son, who's in his mid-50s, and we'll call him Don. My partner and I attempted to wave and say hello, only to be met with cold stares. Once my dog managed to slip out of his collar and ran through their yard while Maud was getting out the mail. The glare I received from her while trying to catch the dog left me with a feeling hard to shake. You know that unexpected gut punch feeling? When you become the object of a stranger's misery and hatred? Anyways, we learned quickly to stay out of her way, and we even barely ever saw Don. The blinds were always closed tight. They rarely left the house, and no one ever visited. The last I saw of either of them was at the beginning of August in 2021. Don was getting the mail while wearing blue latex gloves. I thought it was weird, but in early October, one of our other neighbors reached out to ask if we'd seen Maud or Don recently. We had not. And suddenly, we were all too aware that their grass over there was 3 feet tall. The mailbox was so full that it couldn't close anymore, and papers were spilling out onto the street. Obviously, a welfare check was called. The neighbor who had put herself directly in charge of communicating with the police called shortly after the check and told us to sit down. Maud and Don were both dead, and had been dead for 6 to 8 weeks. It appeared to be a murder-suicide, the assumption being that he killed her. I paced the rest of the day in front of my living room windows, watching the crime scene van pull up, the officers in and out of the front door, taking breaks somberly chatting in the front yard. And then after a few hours, out came the body bags. The smell was something I'd never experienced before and will never forget again. The following weeks, I thought of how many times I'd walk by the house with my son and dog, while 2 bodies sat rotting. I stayed up for a few hours a few nights trying to find out anything I could. Nothing. No news stories, crime reports, or anything. So I dug into Maud's history. All I could find was that she'd been buried in a north field, dedicated to the unclaimed. I kept a close watch on the house, and researched the legal proceedings it would go through since there was no kin. Looking at that house had always felt cold and sad before, but now it felt dark, haunted. I became obsessed with Maud's story, with no way of getting any answers. Her house just staring back at me blankly every single day. Back in the spring, my young son and I were out catching fireflies. He would stand still, waiting for one to blink, and then run in that direction. It took us up and down the street multiple times. I know this is such a small, silly detail, but that night, I stared into Maud's yard for minutes at a time, waiting to see a firefly, and I swear not a single firefly blinked over there. I became so bothered by it that I stared longer, sure that if I stared long enough, I would see one, but nothing, complete stillness and darkness. I told my husband that I hoped someone would buy the property and just knock the house down. No one had any business living there now. Today, around a year after they died, the doors were opened and people I hadn't seen before were in and out, carrying bag after bag of what looked like junk. I texted a neighbor and asked for the intel, if he had any. He said the house and all of its belongings had been collectively sold and bought at an auction 2 weeks ago. These were the new owners, probably getting ready to flip the house. I typically don't shove myself into situations, but I just spent way too much time thinking about Maud, wondering who she was, why she was so angry, imagining what strange life her and her son had been living, and what their last moments were like. I knew I'd regret it forever if I didn't ask what was inside. So I did, and they invited me in. One step into the front porch, and more puzzle pieces fell into place. It was a hoarder home. There was barely anywhere to put my feet. Stacks on stacks of old fine china, pots and pans, vintage books and records, knickknacks, and countless boxes filled with God knows what, from the floor to the ceiling. The woman who had let me in said,
The mattress where it all happened is still here. You want to see it?
Slightly afraid that she'd think I was completely demented, but far more curious, said of course I want to see it. She led me into a bedroom, through the piles of leaning stacks of junk. She walked into a cramped small bedroom with a twin-sized bed, and then pulled the blanket back. If you've seen what decomp stains look like, then you can imagine what I saw. After processing, I asked, So this is where Maud was found?
I think they were both in here. I'm trying to piece it all together. I haven't even started in the other corner bedroom, but I'm hoping it'll give me some answers. I'll be here organizing and sorting over the next few days. You're welcome to join me if you'd like.
I told her that I would love nothing more. So after all of these months, I'm excited to have a chance to get some answers to everything I've been wondering about. To get a sense of who Maud was. To possibly find a way to honor what seems to have been a very sad life. To maybe get some clues into why her son murdered her. Her son, who I found out shortly after seeing this house, was a deeply troubled sex offender. He was charged by the FBI for CP and soliciting a minor in 2014. I hope to do all of this without any bad energy attaching itself to me. I do keep wondering, why, if this was a murder-suicide, did the police not go into a deeper investigation? Is it because there were no kin to care? This is a relatively old story that my dad has told me a few times over the years. I myself have never been able to witness the house, through the description that I've been given by multiple men. 20-something years after seeing it, gave me a very vivid mental image. To begin with, I'd like to mention that my father is a very highly religious man. I'm a preacher's son, and he does not believe in ghosts or anything paranormal in the slightest. Nothing seems to spook him either, but he still swears up and down that he felt something unnatural that scared him, even just from mentioning the story to me on the rare occasion that he would bring it up. Back in the late 80s, himself and his friends would regularly hike over to the Waterfall Creek bed behind our farm and would follow the trails up until they eventually met the frontage road off the interstate. Well, one night they decided to take a different route, to go around the backside of another farmer's land, mostly just to see the animals because they owned emus and other large pets that weren't common in the local area. Supposedly after leaving the area, and continuing into the woods. They managed to stumble upon what is described by all 5 men as a Blair Witch look-alike house. It was a very, very old home, and my dad claims that just looking at it gave him this ominous feeling. So of course, they all decided to go inside and check it out. Inside the house was a very vintage cottage-style home that was probably built in the late 40s or early 50s. The group was instantly met with writing and symbols in strange Latin-like languages, with a few English graffiti pieces that quoted a supposed satanic or pagan worshipping ritual, with certain pieces describing how to sacrifice a human soul to some supposedly demonic entity. My father still claims to this day that certain symbols were painted on the walls in blood, while others were clearly spray painted. And I find it easy to believe because he also worked as a firefighter for years before this happened and had a lot of experience with seeing human blood, dismembered bodies on the freeway after car accidents. Past the small living or kitchen area was a stairwell that was so small that their shoulders would physically brush the other side of the wall as they went up the stairs. It went straight and just stopped at a small landing, then turned right. So as you started up, you could not see what might be standing at the top. At the top of the stairs, a door led to a large attic-style bedroom, where actual chain and locks hung from one side of the wall, near a circular window at the end of the room, which was also completely covered in those weird symbols, as well as graffiti. And now more obvious and frightening large dried puddles of blood had been seeped into the floors and walls. Allegedly, once they were upstairs investigating the room, they swear that they heard someone moving up the stairwell behind them quickly. But when they looked back, there was nothing or no one there. Everyone essentially told me that it almost sounded like heels clacking on wood. So now completely spooked, they all rushed back down the stairs to see if someone was playing a prank on them and was hiding downstairs. Surprise, surprise, they found nothing and no new footprints in the dust and grime that differed from the ones that they left on their way in. To keep things interesting, I met with each of the guys separately to ask them about what they remembered, expecting to maybe find a crack or something to prove that maybe they were exaggerating. But when I asked them, I got the same answer from each of them with no hesitation. They all had the same details, right down to the minute that they entered the house and the minute that they left. But here's where it gets kind of strange. They left the house and for some unknown reason, decided to try to walk back from a different route, using a compass to approach from the east instead of the south. They did this test more than 10 times that night, walking from every possible route or direction, yet always came out at the front entrance of that house, even when the compass and common knowledge of the area showed that it was physically impossible to be at the south end of the house when they moved in a straight line from north, east, or west. There's probably some scientific explanation for all of it, but I haven't found one yet. These guys knew those woods literally like the back of their hand, and still do to this day. That final time the guys came back and found themselves standing at the front door of the house, they began to feel physically ill, verging on feverish, and finally decide it's time to give up, when one of them nearly faints, and as they turn to leave the man who nearly almost fainted, he looked up and points at the circular window at the front of the house on the second story. Everyone looks and immediately sees a tall female figure, hunched over, standing in the window watching them. Even though they see no features on her face, other than 2 large dark-colored eyes, and it sort of shuffled in place before turning and walking away, as if it was heading to the stairs at the end of the room. At sight of the figure moving, they all took off running through the woods, ending up on the side of the interstate about 3 miles from my dad's house. They eventually made it back to my dad's place, though they claim they felt as if someone were following them the entire way. And my dad's cousin gets up and gets some water from the kitchen, only to announce that he swore he saw the same figure now standing outside of the kitchen window near the edge of the woods. Thankfully, nothing came from this experience other than a collective state of absolute terror, especially when the subject is brought up to this day. They wrote off what his cousin saw as paranoia, though 5 years later, they decided to return to see if the house was still standing. It had fallen in on itself. It was nothing more than a pile of rubble, and they never went back again. I always joked with my dad, would ask him what he would do if he went back and found the house standing the same way it had been back then. trying to give him a reason to let me go and see the place for myself. But with trespassing laws being far more prevalent in today's time, it would nearly be impossible without either getting shot or going to jail, as it's not on our property. I don't know. The story itself always gives me the creeps when thinking about it, but I never considered the story to be true until I did this little mock interview with all the men. And when I say these grown men are scared to death by the story, I mean it. Seeing them get physically worked up and frightened by just telling the story really caused me to be less of a skeptic. What do you guys think? Is it possible that they were just spooked and it caused them to see things? Or is there really something out there in those woods? This story takes place about 11 years ago. I was a senior in high school at the time, but it's the single most mind-boggling thing that I've ever experienced. It's also important to note that it happened mid-December. I'm from Iowa, and the winters here get cold at night. Like if you get stuck outside, you will die kind of cold. That plus snowfall makes everything dead silent. You can hear anything and everything inside the house and even immediately outside of it. Me and my best friend were hanging out in my family's walkout basement, just having a boring winter night playing video games. We were also the only ones home. The reason it was just us is because my mother went straight from work to a bar to grab a few drinks with coworkers. So me and my friend thought it would be a good idea to break into the family wine and live a little. As we were sitting there opening up the first bottle, I hear the door to the garage open and then slam shut. I immediately go, "Oh shit," and start looking for places to hide the bottle. My friend then says, "Hey, I thought your mom was supposed to be out all night." "She was," I replied. Then I hear a few heavy stomps. My mother yell out, "Anyone home?" I yell back up the stairs, "Yeah, just hanging out in the basement." I hear a few more steps moved from the garage door toward the stairs, and then she yells out again, "Hey, can you come up here? I need your help with something. I need you up here." I reply back while frantically trying to find a good place to hide the wine bottle. "Yeah, just give me a minute, Mom." Then there was silence for about 20 seconds. "Anyone down there with you?" She yelled back in a more concerned, serious tone, in a voice that was slightly off from my mother's. This was the first thing that told me something wasn't right. Our family never cared if anyone was over, as our house was a very open house to all my family and friends. And her voice was just wrong. It sounded like my mother's, but it was missing something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Weirded out, I reply back, "Just Colton." After I yelled that back to her, I found a good place to hide the bottle and began walking up the steps to the next level. Now, as I'm walking up the steps, I couldn't help but feel the overbearing silence of the house and the slight electric twinge. Something isn't quite right. When I got to the top of the steps, I look over to where the door to the garage is, and also the kitchen right next to it. It's black, pitch black. All the lights were off, and there was no moon shining through any windows. I walk over to the kitchen, yelling out, "Mom, where are you?" No reply, just silence and darkness. I feel the electric twinge turn into full needles, my adrenaline kicking in full force. I have to get out of here as fast as possible. My mother was not home. I run back down the stairs, grabbing my coat along the way. "What's wrong?" Colton says. "My mom's not home," I replied as fast as I could, looking for my truck keys. "What do you mean? You were just talking with her." I could see the confusion on his face. "Look, man, there's no one home. We need to leave now." I took a few steps towards the back door that opens up into the yard. I see my dog shaking on the couch and my cat growling behind it. I couldn't leave them. I just knew if we left them, something would happen. "Are we leaving?" Colton said, still confused. No, I can't leave them here alone. Something is really off, though. I'm going to call my mom and figure this out. I pull out my phone and call my mother. She picks up immediately. What's going on? She answers. Mom, were you just home? I heard you yelling for me from the second level, and when I went up there, you weren't there. I said, hoping that she was playing some sort of joke. No, honey, I'm just leaving the bar. I wasn't feeling very well. Are you okay? What do you mean you heard me? I fill her in on the whole story, and she rushes home. Colton and I stayed up in the basement with the animals until she got there, but before she did, you could hear something up the stairs. Not walking or sitting on things, but a pressure in the air, like a black hole was slowly moving from one room to the next. And the word that I would instinctively describe it as is hungry. When she got home, you could feel the thing leave just as quick as it came, like an overbearing predator presence had just flown away. We've still never figured out what the hell was going on. And this is just one story of many unexplainable things that have happened to us. But this is the easiest one to write down, and the one that I was happy to have a witness to. My mother has passed away now, and I've moved to Arizona. But whenever I go back to Iowa and I see Colton, he still gets creeped out by what happened. I will truly never know what took place that night, but I know whatever it was that had my mother's voice, it was evil and hungry. So last night, I was at a classmate's house working on a group project that we have due tomorrow. I live in an apartment in the town where the university is located. My classmates live at his parents' house, which is in the foothills just outside of town. In order to get to the house, you have to drive along a relatively secluded and narrow 2-lane road for about 5 to 6 miles. We start working on the project at about 6 p.m. I ended up hanging around for a while after we finished our working. So I left his house pretty late, I'd say around 11, and started back down the road toward town. I didn't realize how tough it would be to navigate that road at night. There were no streetlights and the road was unkempt and riddled with potholes. On top of this, I had no cell service, so I had to drive very slowly to make sure I didn't blow out one of my tires, since I had used my spare a couple of weeks back. I figured I was about 3 miles from the house when I rounded a tight corner and saw a pickup truck with a camper shell parked diagonally across the road. The manner in which it was parked completely impeded my path, and I couldn't drive around it because there was a gully on both sides of the road. The only way for me to go at this point was backward, where there was a pull-off that I could use to turn my car around. At first, I couldn't see inside the cab, but when I turned on my high beams, I saw that there was a man slouched over in the driver's seat, his head resting against the steering wheel as if he'd been knocked out after a bad accident. I immediately sensed something was wrong. The way his car had just coincidentally come to rest in a position that totally blocked the road. It was just a big red flag for me. I'd heard many stories of people playing dead in the road to lure unsuspecting people out of their cars so they could rob them. So yeah, I decided this shit and elected to go back to my classmate's house and explain what was going on. I threw the car into reverse and kept my eyes darting back and forth between my rear view and the truck. When I looked and saw that I was almost to the pull-off where I could turn around, I looked back. My heart skipped about 5 beats. The man who'd been slouched over in the driver's seat was now walking toward my car at a hurried pace, while a few other men jumped out of the camper shell and started moving toward me as well. I panicked and accelerated backwards into the pull-off, which kind of messed up the undercarriage of my car pretty bad. As I put it into drive, the guy was already at my passenger side door, tugging on the handle, which, thank God, was locked. I only caught a brief glimpse of him, but his face appeared to be scabbed and leathery. Definitely some kind of meth head or drug abuser. I sped away. I didn't slow down until I reached the house. constantly checking my rear view to see if they were following me. Thankfully, they didn't tail me, and when I reached the house, I explained what happened to my classmate, and we called the cops. I was grateful that my buddy's parents were kind enough to let me stay the night as well. They didn't find anyone on the road matching that description, but I filed an incident report, and they told me they would be on the lookout for a similar vehicle and suspicious activity. Holy shit. I'm still so shook up over this. I keep getting that same adrenaline rush that I got when I saw that guy charging me whenever I think about it. Please share any similar experiences you've had. I would appreciate a good read or a good discussion to help clear my headspace. Thanks. So this is one of the many stories that my dad had told me when I was a little girl about his adventures hitchhiking when he was a few years younger than me. I'm now 28. He's a super deadhead, and him and his friend named John followed them on a road with nothing but their acoustics and some cash. Apparently they got to Georgia at one point and were getting tired, but needed to make it a few towns over in order to see the dead the following day. They walked miles and miles trying to catch a ride for hours to no avail. They started to lose hope when a beat-up truck stopped and let them inside. My dad got in the front and John got in the back. They both thanked him and fell asleep, leaving my dad awake with this guy driving them. According to my dad, things were bad right from the start. The driver asked where they were headed and why they had guitars, and asked if my dad knew how to play well. So my dad told him about the Grateful Dead and how he could play, and usually picked up a banjo, but he'd left it at home. So the guy gets super creepy and just says, "I've always wanted to kill me one of them guitar boys." My dad started freaking out at this point. He just kind of laughed it off, but tried to be as unnoticeable as possible while attempting to wake up his friend. Things continued to get more tense as he asked the guy if he'd mind pulling into a gas station. The man said no. He asked how long until the next town. No response. He eventually just went completely silent. After a few hours of driving, with John waking up in the meantime, the guy got really eccentric and asked if they've ever seen a bad death. He started driving the truck into mailboxes and street signs, and eventually hit a stray dog while laughing maniacally. My dad and John laughed right along with him until he finally stopped at a gas station and they were able to take their things and just take off. They ended up missing the show. I'm glad my dad wasn't that guitar boy the guy was looking for. This is a personal experience that I had several years back, either in 2015 or 2016. At the time, I was working as a second shift mechanic at a trucking company, 30 miles from where I lived. I'd become good friends with one of the mechanics on my shift, and we would occasionally hang out after our shifts ended. We both lived in the same town. We'd usually grab a case of beer on the way home since the gas stations were open close to midnight. There was a spot in the woods behind my house that I'd turned into a little fire pit. And on most occasions, he would follow me home so we could drink there, not worry about bothering anybody else in those late hours. One night after we punched off the clock, we agreed to hang out like any other night. But this time, he couldn't follow me home. I don't remember the reason since it was quite a while ago. But instead, he said he could meet me at the church right up the road from my house. I purchased the beer and headed to the church parking lot to wait for him to arrive. Now some time passes and he's nowhere to be seen, so I figured I'd get out of my car and watch the road, look for his headlights. I finally see his truck pull into the lot, and he pulls up beside my car, which I'm leaning up against. We decided just to hang out at the church for a bit before we departed to my place, both of us leaning against our vehicles facing the headstones. Now this is where things kind of get weird. As we're talking, he cuts me off mid-sentence and says,
Hey, do you see that?
"See what?" I said. He said he saw movement and points to a headstone several rows up from the curb of the parking lot. I focused on that direction for a moment, but I honestly couldn't see whatever he'd saw. He seemed very taken aback by it, and I could tell he wasn't joking just by his expression. I asked him what exactly he saw. He said he'd seen some kind of dark shadow rocking back and forth. Not sure I fully believed him or not, but hearing the description just gave me cold chills. I asked if he had any means of defense, and he showed me the 9mm on his hip. Even still, he was in no way ready to walk up there and investigate that headstone. So I decided to check it out. I crossed the pavement onto the grass. Now this church is pretty well lit by a half a dozen light poles, and the only shadows that were cast were by the headstones themselves. I start looking around, and in the third row, I'm instantly hit with dread. About 15 feet in front of me is a pitch black figure sitting against one of the stones. Its head was between its knees, rocking steadily back and forth, exactly as my buddy described. How he could have saw it from the car, I don't know. Even worse to think about now was the fact that I'd been alone with this thing and didn't even notice it the entire time. I asked he or she if they're all right. I get no response, only faint whimpering, as if it was mourning the loss of whoever was buried at that grave. I figure grave visitations weren't that unusual, but at midnight, it's eerie. I walk closer to the figure until I'm standing 3 feet from it. I was about to speak again, till my blood ran absolutely cold. There's a light illuminating onto the figure and somewhat of the surrounding ground, and unlike anything I'd ever seen in the light, it just seemed to absorb into the blackness of the figure. I could see no defining features. I could make out no shoes, hair, hat, separation of clothing, telling me that this was a human in my presence. The whimpering turned into louder, aggressive moans, and somehow keeping my military composure, I backed away slowly and then ran back to my buddy and told him we need to get the hell out of here immediately. And we did just that. About an hour later, we returned to the cemetery, but that figure was gone. My friend and I aren't close like we used to be, but I still like to tell this story since it's my only real experience that I've had of any kind. And still to this day, I have no idea what we saw that night. Back around 0405, I was leaving a buddy's house headed home. He lived on Lake Ariel in Wayne County. I was a good 15 miles away, so I decided to take the roads to save time and avoid cops. As I crest the mountain road, I see a van off the side, doors open, lights on. It's well after midnight and no one is on the road. I slowed my car, a 1989 Volkswagen ragtop, down into first gear, looking for a person or persons that might be heard. Not a soul is around, and the woods are quiet. The van off the road is not running, but all the lights are on. The driver's door is open. I remember just thinking to myself, shit, I don't have self-service on the top of this mountain, and I need to call the cops. So I proceeded to go toward where I knew I would have cell service, maybe 30 miles per hour tops. I knew the situation was weird, but it got worse. No more than 3 or so miles away, the brush thinned on the roadside, so you had a better view of what was in the woods. I see movement, so I let off the gas, thinking I don't want to paste a deer. As I let off, this man, soaking in fresh blood, comes from the tree line and into the road. He's covered in gore. First, I couldn't even tell it was a man. He stumbled down in front of the car and waved me down. I was in my ragtop, of course, and he was yelling and grabbing at my door. I dropped it back into first and took off. Another mile or so, I get cell service and I called the cops. Dude was obviously hurt, and his grab for my door just scared me. There's a wide space on the mountain where I agreed to wait for them. They were there in under 10 minutes. While I waited, I put the top up and locked all my doors. An officer took my statement. He looked over my car with his torch. This guy from the woods had left a bloody smear down my door. Another officer found the van, but couldn't locate the guy who'd come out of the woods. The cops let me go. They said they'd call me if they needed anything further. Within a few days, I did get a call, saying that the van was located, and they asked if I could describe the man now. They never found him that night. As far as I know, they never did either. Apparently that van was stolen, and the cops surmised this guy banged himself up and took off in a panic. As far as I know, they still didn't ever track him down, but to this day, I definitely keep a lookout for bloody men running out of the woods. This experience has stuck with me, and it's 100% true. On a cold, dark night in the late 70s, my dad's truck broke down an hour from home. He started walking and put out his thumb to hitch a ride home, and was soon picked up by a middle-aged man in a brown sedan. My dad gets in the car. "Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate the lift." The driver doesn't respond. "I'm trying to get further north. Where are you headed?" Driver again doesn't respond and just proceeds to drive. Without even a look, the driver locks the door and puts his hands on my dad's upper thigh and squeezes. My dad was 24 or 25 years old at the time. He worked in construction, specifically drywall. He wasn't a tall man. He was barrel-chested and stocky. My dad turns to face him. "Hey, I'm not into that. I just need a ride." Driver doesn't move his hand. After 10 seconds of silence, "All right, let me out of the car." Driver doesn't respond, doesn't even look at him. My dad grabs the guy's hand and peels it off his thigh. "All right, let me out of the car, motherfucker. I will kick your fucking ass. Let me out now." My dad was ready to strike. Without a word again, without even looking at him, the driver pulls over, unlocks the doors, and my dad jumps out. The driver immediately peeled off. My dad eventually arrives home, tells everyone what just happened. None of his family believes him. A few years later, he's dating my mom. They're watching the news, which is covering the arrest of a serial killer, John Wayne Gacy. My mom said my dad went pale. My dad jumps out of his chair, shaking violently, starting to scream and pointing at the TV. "That's him! That is the guy who picked me up." My mom said she believed him immediately. Dad wasn't much of a liar, nor a prankster. He was blunt, rather quiet, and didn't particularly crave attention from anyone. I was so intrigued by this incident, and it happened in the late 90s. I read a few books on Gacy, including the one written based on his interviews. He picked up countless hitchhikers over a multi-year period in the 70s. Sometimes he would pick up hitchhikers and then take them wherever they wanted, without incident. The timeline, the details, the geography, MO are all consistent. My theory is that Gacy picked my dad up, thinking he was younger than he actually was, and then tested out my dad's reaction. My dad was a bit older than Gacy's target age, which was 18 to 20. When my dad fought back aggressively and immediately, Gacy figured he wasn't worth the trouble, and possibly also realized that my dad wasn't as young as he looked. A few years ago, my husband and I were at an event. We started chit-chatting with a couple seated at our table. For some unknown reason, I told this story. The female half of the couple turned white and stared at me, mouth agape. She said that her uncle has an almost identical Gacy encounter. I'm just so sad for those who were never unable to escape him. This happened when I was 21 and living downtown with my boyfriend. I had just found out that my boyfriend, who I'd been with for almost 4 years, had been cheating on me. We were invited to a Halloween party that night, and I had initially declined the invite. But when I found out about the cheating, I told him that I was going and he could stay home if he wanted. Anyway, the breakup is relevant to my frame of mind. We live in a rather sketchy area downtown, one of those brand new apartments built in a slummy area sort of things. And any other night, I'm the type to keep the windows up, all the doors locked, until out of that area immediately. However, my mind was understandably somewhere else, and I had both driver and passenger windows down, so I could smoke a cigarette. The first red light I came to, before I got to the party, which was still in the shady part of town. I'm the first car at the light, so I have a full view of a 20-something-year-old guy crossing the crosswalk from left to right in front of my car. Suddenly looks over at me, makes eye contact with me. I'm flicking ash from my cigarette out the window at this point. I may have done a polite head nod or something, I can't remember. Next thing I know, he picks up his pace and walks over to my open passenger window, leans into my car, and asks if he can have a light. When flustered, I tend to be polite, so without thinking, I just handed him my lighter. Was totally prepared to just pull away when the light turned green and just let him have it. But that's when, instead of reaching for the lighter, he reaches into my car and lets himself in. Just sits down like we're old friends or something. At this point, the light turns green. I grab my purse and wedge it between my left leg and the driver's side door. Apparently, I was more concerned with being robbed than the darker alternative. He says thanks for giving him a ride. I slowly pull away from the stoplight and ask him why he just got into my car. He replies he could tell that I wanted to give him a ride, and then launches into an obviously fabricated story about needing a ride because his girlfriend had just broken up with him and left him stranded downtown. I tell him I'll take you to the nearest gas station, as I needed to get gas. I didn't, but this was the closest way to get to our location, which was well lit and sure to have other people. The gas station was only about 6 blocks away, but it was the longest 6 blocks of my life. He tells me I'm pretty and asks me if I can give him some money so we can take a cab home. Like an idiot, I offer him the $4 in quarters I keep in my car for the parking meters. At this point, I was just ready for him to stop talking and just leave me alone. Instead, he starts throwing the quarters one by one down the cleavage of my shirt. I ask him to stop and he just laughs. Then I see it, the gas station. I pull in and tell him we both need to get out so I can pump. He hesitates but gets out. I have never locked my door so fast in my life. And I walk inside telling him that I need to prepay. Instead, I find the first group of people I can. It's a college town and it's Halloween weekend, so they're out costumed in droves. I explain the situation to them. At this time, a guy with the group I'm talking to comes in and tells his buddy that the guy out there is telling him that I'm his girlfriend and that I accidentally drove away with my purse on top of the car. No. The group of college kids ends up going outside and making him leave and sticking around until I was back in my car and on my way. I have no idea what your intentions were, unwanted hitchhiker downtown. Let's never ever meet again. I grew up in a very, very safe, affluent neighborhood. It was unheard of for anyone to lock their cars, let alone their houses. And when someone new moved into the neighborhood, it was mere moments before they were welcomed with open arms and open doors. Despite being surrounded by what could be described as one of the largest neighborhood family, my mom, very particular about house rules being followed, one of which was to never go out alone. Walking to a friend's house, 3 of us have to go, so 2 could walk home together after dropping you off. It was rare, but occasionally, just 2 of us would be able to sneak out from under her watchful eye and run to the corner store just a few blocks down for candy or soda. One sweltering day during summer, I just turned 9, I found myself home alone and restless. I decided to take my sister's cool new 10-speed for a spin around the block a few times. Now, even though I was tall for my age, the bike was still a few inches too big for me. I decided that didn't matter. I jumped on and began pedaling. The first lap around the neighborhood went off without a hitch. Birds were chirping, the sun was shining. The wind was blowing through my curled hair. It felt wonderful. Second lap, I passed an older, unfamiliar car parked on the side of the road, and the sun reflecting off this huge scrape down the side temporarily shocked my vision into bright blue stripes, which I furiously tried to blink away. On the third lap, I saw the car pull off the side of the road and began heading toward me. A tiny bit of unease began to grow in my stomach as the driver slowed when he passed me. I just chalked it up to me being scared of getting caught out alone and just continued out on my way. I picked up my speed as I rounded the corner toward my house and decided to go for one more time around the block. To make it quick, so I beat my mom home and avoid the trouble I knew I'd be in if she caught me out by myself. I hit the bottom of the hill next to our house with some speed and started the climb to the top, slowing more and more the closer I got. By the time I reached the top of the hill, I had to stop and catch my breath, teetering the too tall bike at my hip. As I struggled to catch my breath, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My arms locked on the handlebars. Every inch of my body froze. I had been caught. I just knew it. I heard a car creeping up behind me. It just had to be my mother. But it wasn't. When relief should have washed over me, an unknown dread only deepened, further stiffening my frozen still limbs. I turned to see that same old car, with that same blinding scratch down the side, slowing down right next to me. The man stopped the car right next to my bike, on the wrong side of the street, and through the opening driver door, started to ask me if I'd seen a stray dog running around because it'd come off the leash and run off. I froze. This cliche question is the one they warned us about in school, the one every single kidnapper supposedly used. I decided if I answered him firmly and rode my bike away, that he would know his plan wouldn't work on me. Plus, he might just be really looking for his dog. This was my plan. My terrified body betrayed that plan, and a trembling no is all I could manage. As I fumbled my feet to the pedals of this too big bike, his car door flew open and he lunged. "No!" I said again, as I wobbled my way past his open car door, his hand brushing the back of my shirt and knocking my back tire as I pedaled as fast as I could for the next 50 feet to the next driveway. I pedaled, legs burning up the drive, running my front tire so hard into my neighbor's front step that it bent the wheel. My body catapulted over the handlebars, and I burst through my neighbor's front door. "Eddie! Eddie! Eddie, help!" My neighbor was not home. I ran into the kitchen, still calling in hopes that I was wrong.
"What are you doing?"
A man's voice behind me. I froze, hearing my heartbeat in my ears, feeling the blood pumping through my veins, knowing that this was it. I slowly turned around, not knowing what else to do. And there stood my neighbor's son, home from college. I dissolved into tears, gulping out what had just happened. He tossed the bent bike into the back of his truck and drove me around the corner to the safety of my home. My mom was now home and had the look of death in her eyes until she saw my tears streaking down my face. The police were called. The neighbors were called. The car had been spotted frantically circling the block the few minutes after our encounter, but he was gone by the time the police arrived. To this day, 20 years later, I still have a hard time riding my bike alone. I still get chills when cars slow down next to me. And I still wonder if the next girl was as lucky as I. I'm a 25-year-old female, and last Friday I had a little time to kill before picking up my kids from school. It was a gorgeous day, so I decided to spend some time cruising the back roads in my hometown, just listening to music. I passed this guy with his thumb out, trying to catch a ride. I almost pick him up. He looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, carrying a fishing pole and a backpack. Pretty innocent looking, I guess. But see, I'm a lone female and heard hundreds and hundreds of hitchhiker gone wrong stories. So you just keep driving. So I do like I've been taught. I kept driving. And as I'm driving, I'm having this internal dialogue of guilt about my decision to not pick up that guy. You know,
If I was hitchhiking, I'd hope someone would pick me up. I mean, really, what's the worst thing that could happen?
that along with my new self-improvement goal of doing things that scare me as often as I possibly could, led me to the decision that if I looped back around and he was still walking, I would pick him up. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, he was still there. I was feeling a little nervous pulling over and getting him, but what was I going to do? Peel out while he was trying to get in my vehicle? As soon as he got in, I realized I probably made a horrible mistake because 1, he seemed like he was tweaking balls and smelled god-awful. 2, this dude was looking at me like I was a feast, and he was starving. I didn't realize how exactly rattled I was with my decision until he asked me for a smoke. My hands were shaking so badly that I barely pulled one out of my pack without breaking it. Driving made it a little easier to hide my nerves, but I was internally freaking out, trying to decide how I would beat this guy's ass if he tried anything. He said his name is Wayne. He lives about 5 minutes from where he picked me up. Meanwhile, he's telling me how he lost his license due to DUIs. He's living in his house with his old man. He tried to get him to come with him, but didn't want to, etc., etc. He's also trying to talk me into hanging out with him at said house. Come over and drink with him, maybe the next day. When I finally get him to his destination, it's just this tiny little shack, surrounded by all these junk cars. He gets out and is still trying to convince me to come inside with him. I tell him no and leave. I'm feeling really relieved now and a little proud that I faced a fear of mine. Fast forward to Monday. My instructor says,
Holy shit. Apparently someone got murdered down such and such road. Do you know anyone that lives down that way?
wow, that's really ironic. I took a hitchhiker down that road Friday. I think his name was Wayne. Probably wasn't 15 minutes later. I see Wayne's picture on Facebook. FBI has him picked up for stabbing someone to death at the very house that I dropped him off at on Friday. Graphic information of how he stabbed him in the lungs, and the victim bled out in that little shack. The old man he was living with doesn't even exist. I swear, I'll never pick up another hitchhiker in my life. This is a true story about a creepy road. This might end up being a 4-part series. I had a job in another city. I'm from a town, not a city. Though my town is now a city. I'm pointing this out because at the time, things were a lot more rural. I got a job through a really good friend of mine. Her 2 older sisters worked at the same place. They carpooled. Alternated weeks of driving. When I was hired, I was included in that rotation. 1 week driving, 3 weeks not. We'd meet at a central area in our small town and proceed from there. Again, I'm only pointing this out because sometimes there were 4 of us, or 3 of us, or 2, or 1, depending on if someone had an appointment or left early. Holidays, you get the picture. The, not sure what to call it, maybe cut through, between our town to the highway to work, was a rural road. Not a desolate rural road, it was paved. Houses here and there. And it was and still is winding with some small hills. But for one clear flat stretch. After that last hilly dip, there's a library and a mom and pop gas station. Neither are decrepit. It's honestly just a lovely little village. It takes a few miles to get to the library and the gas station from either direction. And that's all there is. No other amenities, not even a school. Anyway, after that last small dip, there's a flat expanse. Farmhouse and fields to the right. trees, and an embankment to the river, to the left. The riverside is across the opposite lane, just to make that clear, and there's no barriers, trees, and a steep embankment. The river's at the bottom, but there's no way anybody could reach the river in a vehicle, not even in a semi-truck. The trees would most likely stop a car at some point from the river. Plus, there's a landing at the bottom before the river's edge. The embankment, though, it's pretty steep. Someone could easily be killed rolling over or etc. When I was a kid, my mother drove this route thousands of times, back and forth with my sister and I to our trailer. Every weekend from May to late September. It never felt off then. Mind you, as a kid, even teen, I was oblivious. Plus, my mom was never driving it at dark. Now back to much later in life, the work commute on this road. For some reason, that flat stretch of the road gave me the heebie-jeebies. Not the bends or the hills at the start or the end of the road. The small distance, maybe a few hundred yards. Just off. This is the only place or situation in my life where I felt heavy without knowing why. I dread that length as an adult. My stomach would fall. Every time. I attributed that dread to the only farmhouse. Why? Because it was the only tangible thing on that stretch. Nothing else to the right or left in terms of a house or barn. The farmhouse was pretty and well maintained. It was occupied. It had cars in the driveway. But my sense of doom came from it. My intuition was on, but out of focus. 2 to 3 weeks into the commute with my friends and her sister, we came upon a car driven up a tree. Bear in mind, we were on this road 7 a.m. Monday through Friday. Darkness in winter, sunshine in summer. Bright summer daylight, and we encountered a car looking like it drove up a tree. The car was resting on its back tires, upright. It didn't appear to have any fatalities. The front was crunched in from the impact, but the windshield wasn't broken on any other windows. No occupant that we could see. We all just figured a deer darted out, and the driver swerved and weirdly wound up there. When we were returning home around 4:20 p.m. that day, no more evidence of the car. No reports in the local newspapers regarding an accident. So a whew moment in terms of the driver walking away. No regular cells back then, and little internet, but as far as I know many years later, no one was hurt driving up that tree. I only bring up this car or incident accident into play with hindsight. It's a prelude to things to come. A couple of years later after taking this job, my friend's one sister retired, and the other one wanted to work different hours. It was down to 2 in the carpool. My friend, I'll call her F, and myself. It was my turn to drive one shitty, snowy, rainy, slushy winter morning. Pitch black too, at 7 a.m., which always adds to the fun. We made it through the bendy hills of that rural road, and as soon as we reached the flat part, going very slowly, my car just did a 180, spun in the opposite direction, across the other lane and started sliding into the trees and embankment. I had no control. I couldn't brake or do anything because I wasn't in forward or reverse. The car was careening sideways. Surreal is an overused term, but it was exactly that, surreal. Like slow, blurry motion, even though it would have only been seconds. I said to my friend, "I'm sorry, F. I'm sorry, I think we're about to tumble down that embankment and..." Stop. My car simply just stopped. It was eerie. We were both silent. As in, how did we just stop? We sat there for a few seconds in shock. Then I went to pull away, completely rattled. My car was dead. I never turned it off, but it was dead. The power locks also activated. We were locked in, hand to God. I figured out the locks after a few seconds, but the car still wouldn't start. So we ended up walking to the mom and pop gas station, hoping they'd be open. F had a cell phone and called her son-in-law to come pick us up, which he did, but took him a very long time. After an hour in the cold, sheltered a bit by the storefront, we were still both shaking. We were still both shaking from the cold and the circumstances. Her son-in-law showed up and asked if I wanted him to try and start my car. Yeah. So we drove out there in more shock. It sat perfectly aligned. Like I just pulled over to park and not spun out of control. Embankment drop about 2 feet away, yet my car was immaculately straight, parked on a dime. Now I'm more surprised. Son-in-law gets in and my car starts no problem. What the hell? I had F drive with me to take her home with her son-in-law following us, just in case it died again. No problems. I dropped her and her son-in-law off, and he went on his own way, and I headed back to my house. I'd never been so tired in my life. I went to bed and slept for hours, even though only being awake for less than 3. Compared notes with F the next day, and she remembered the same things that I did. I also slept for the same amount of hours once home, though it was only 8:30 a.m. for both of us once we got to our respective homes. I'm not religious at all, but I described it at the time as a divine intervention. Like a huge invisible hand came down and stopped my car from toppling down that embankment. How everything was slow motion though. It didn't feel like it was reality, more seconds with zero control. Yet we abruptly stopped. No jolt. There's nothing on that side of the road to stop us, no fencing. Not even snowbanks at the time. Nothing. We just simply stopped. F agreed, 100%. Still does. Has the same exact memories I do, and more, since she had the passenger side view, and she later told me that she was frantically looking for anything to stop the car. But there was nothing. She was bracing herself to go down that embankment too. After this event, I was still eyeballing the farmhouse at the time, and that car up a tree, and my car almost driving were across from this same house. I won't keep anybody in suspense. It's not the house, or better put, the house might also contribute. I don't know. What I do know is the heaviness never left driving that one stretch, to or from, dark or light. For 5 years, I'd tense up every single time. There's more about this road, and maybe even a possible conclusion, at least for me. It's super creepy, and I've never been on it again since leaving that job 8 or 9 years ago. I'll continue if anybody is interested. Again, it's the gospel truth. Thanks for reading. Fast forward to my friend finding another job. After our skidding and divine intervention moment, she didn't stop driving with me right away, or me with her. She was offered a better job later and just took it. Then it was just myself on this rural road. And I cannot stress enough, it wasn't the entire road, just that stretch of it, maybe 500 yards. I always think of a high school track length engaging the length. Anyway, down that stretch for the umpteenth time, mostly with someone's, then not. Almost past the bad feeling part of the road, driving, and then everything went out with my car one morning. This was a different car than earlier with F. Not new, but new to me. F was in it too, before she went to another job. I'd driven it for months, no issues. Then one morning, late fall or winter, there was no snow or adverse weather conditions. I only remember that the sky was dark at 7 a.m. Everything in my car just shut down. Headlights, dashboard lights, radio, but not the engine. The car was still driving, but I was plunged into darkness. Imagine driving with your eyes closed at 60 to 70 miles per hour. Sheer panic. Though in my head it was milliseconds, but I was just like, think. I couldn't see anything, not the road, and I was relied on blind wits. 1. Brake, stop, get out of the car, and wait for another car to come along. 2. Slow down and just pull over to the shoulder. You'll feel gravel on your tires and you'll know when to stop. 3. Try your high beams. My brain was flipping and flopping through all these decisions in warp speed. I decided to hit the high beams, and the rest of the car lit up. I got to the end of the road, stop sign at the highway, and turned off my high beams, and the rest of the car still stayed lit up. I thought it might have been a sensor, but it never once happened again after this. I had that car for several more years, plus driving down that road hundreds of more times. Lights failing never happened again. I'm not really sure how else to convey how terrifying that was. It was almost as scary as almost going down that embankment. My then husband, ex now, knew about all these odd situations on that road. Firstly, because I told him, but also because I told him how I felt on that road, just gloom. He always listened, but didn't really engage. About 2 years after I'd quit the job, never having to travel that road yet again, thankfully, my ex had a buddy over one night. We were all sitting on the back deck, and they thought to bring up a high school friend having passed earlier in the week. They're older than me by 5 to 6 years, as was this high school friend. The obituary was vague, so my ex asked our friend.
Hey, what happened there?
Friend replied that he'd heard through the grapevine it was a heart attack. They commiserated, as did I, far too young. Then my ex's buddy said,
He never got over Linda.
and my ex said, "Oh yeah, she died in that car accident by blank blank road, right?" Yeah, the rural road that I traveled for 5 years. My jaw dropped. A barrage of questions to both my ex and his friend. Yes, Linda had been killed in a single vehicular car crash shortly after her and her husband graduated high school. This was such a cliche, but I swear it's the truth. High school sweethearts. She died at 21 or 22, and the widowed husband never remarried and passed away at 53 or 54. Not that he was a complete recluse according to my husband and his friend, just never sought out another partner, never got over her. And this is what I found out in the discussion. So all these times I told you about how eerie that road is, and you never thought to tell me the girl you knew in high school was killed there?
I forgot. It was a long time ago. I didn't remember until, well, right now.
Unreal. Now, is Linda the dark feeling on the road, or a possible protector? As I stated above, I didn't know about her tragic accident until driving to work after 2 years after quitting. She'd passed decades before this. Again, thank you for reading my stories. I can't prove any of these experiences, but I swear they're all true. In an Edinburgh neighborhood of Clermonston in Scotland, Christmas Day 2013, an elderly apartment block resident, Alan Williamson, heard a loud banging on the front door of his apartment. He was reluctant to answer the door, and we can understand why, as he'd had a considerable amount of trouble with a neighbor of his over the past 6 months or so. But given what day it was and how lonely it can be for some elderly people on the most festive day of the year, Alan decided to roll the dice and open up the front door to whoever it was. Possibly in the hopes that it was someone coming to wish him a Merry Christmas. But the only thing that greeted Alan when he opened up the apartment door that Christmas morning was death. The person waiting on the other side of the threshold set upon the elderly man with a 6-inch kitchen knife, stabbing him 29 times in an attack that ended with Alan lying lifeless in a pool of his own blood inside his own apartment. Other residents of the apartment block heard a commotion coming from the apartment and were quick to get in touch with the police to inform them something terrible was going on. Officers arrived to find Alan Williamson dead in his apartment, with the trail of blood leading from Alan's home all the way to another apartment in the same complex. They followed the blood and knocked on the apartment where the blood trail ended, only to find that the door was unlocked. They entered and found 37-year-old Melissa Young in a state of frenzy, covered in blood. The officers asked Melissa if she had just stabbed the man in the apartment across from her, to which they were amazed to find her reply in the affirmative, stating that the power it gave me was amazing. She was promptly arrested, then taken over to a nearby police station for questioning. During her interview, not only did Melissa admit to killing Alan, but she essentially blamed him for provoking the attack, saying that she was enraged that he had professed to not liking a Christmas present that she had bought for him. She then went on to explain that she had managed to get a hold of a pair of sneakers that she believed Alan would like, but they had found the colors on the sneakers to be objectionable. Melissa had tried to explain the colors were unisex, but that Alan had insisted that he did not like them, and that Melissa herself should keep the sneakers. The rejection simmered in her for days, until apparently boiling over on December 25th, when she called on his apartment and murdered him. A subsequent toxicology report revealed that in the immediate aftermath of her arrest, Melissa had trace elements of 4 different illegal drugs in her system, as well as having a blood alcohol content that would have made it illegal for her to drive. During her trial, a doctor told the courtroom that Melissa was an alcoholic that was liable to dangerous and violent outbursts. The doctor also explained that Melissa inhaled solvents daily and was on 14 different prescription drugs, and had even smoked heroin on the morning that she murdered Alan. It also emerged that during the trial that Melissa had been violently harassing Alan for quite some time now, and earlier in 2013, she had actually abducted and assaulted him in a horrific incident that stemmed from a false belief that he had stolen her house keys. Alan was held at knife point for a number of hours, with the situation only ending when Melissa turned her back for a moment, giving him a chance to escape by jumping from the first floor balcony of her apartment and into the garden below. At the end of her trial in 2014, Melissa was sentenced to serve at least 20 years before being eligible for parole, with the judge having previously rejected her plea for a reduced sentence. The court heard that Melissa had a fixation with the Catholic Church, writing letters to the Pope and Cardinal Keith O'Brien, and attending a central Edinburgh church. She also had a tattoo of the Virgin Mary on one arm and one of the devil on the other. She claimed at the trial that the Archangel St. Michael had taken over her body and used her as an instrument of God to punish the unclean demon. While passing the sentence, the judge told Melissa, having murdered him, you set about trying to persuade health professionals that you were suffering from diminished responsibility. While it's true that you have a severe personality disorder, it's clear it played no part in what happened that night. You showed no remorse. In fact, you told this court that you were indifferent to his death. In June of 2014, while being held for her trial at the women's prison, Corton Vale, Melissa was convicted of assault after she attacked and bit a female prison officer in the stomach so hard it drew blood. The court heard that Melissa leapt towards the female prison officer, dragging her to the floor by the hair before lying on top of her and striking and biting her. As a result, Melissa was sentenced to a further 6 months imprisonment for the vicious assault, despite her defense attorney attempting to gain sympathy on the account of Melissa's poor mental health, telling the court, there is a substantial medical health background as she has a severe personality disorder. In the aftermath of Melissa's conviction, a prominent Scottish newspaper managed to secure an interview with her old boss, who used to employ her at an adult sauna. The man spoke of her troubled childhood and descent into violence, crime, addiction, and religious mania, explaining that he had to fire her after it was discovered that she had stolen from her clients while working at the sauna. The pair remained friends after she was fired, but the former boss stated that he felt extremely lucky that he didn't end up suffering a similar fate to Alan Williamson after he was forced to let her go. Her former boss also told a story about how he was once at Melissa's home and how he witnessed her playing with a carving knife before telling him, I could kill them all. At the time I thought it was scary, but I also thought she was using it to get attention. Melissa's former employer said during the interview, I don't know if she was talking about killing men or everyone. I feel fortunate to have escaped when I look back now. In many ways, Melissa was a broken person who was never accepted by society. But I wasn't surprised when she carried out this murder. I can picture her stabbing a man 29 times with a knife in a frenzy. Melissa, who is 6'3", and who used the name Chloe at work, was popular with clients at the adult sauna. Young joined a roster of around a dozen women at the sauna in West Annandale Street. But her former boss said that his newest recruit quickly became a volatile source of tension. She had run-ins with all the girls, he explained. They were frightened of her. She would start these fights because she had an inferiority complex. She once told me that she had been pretty severely bullied when she was a teenager. Gangs of kids used to beat her up on the street around the age of 14 or 15. She didn't have much of a life after that. She also suffered from paranoia and thought everyone was talking about her. Her smoking cannabis on a regular basis didn't help at all. She never had any relationships with any men either. It was all one-night stands, of which there were many, and punters. She was too unbalanced to get close to. A heavy drinker since her teens, Melissa was unable to mask her addiction to alcohol and drugs while working at the sauna. Her former employee said that he once found a bottle of vodka that Melissa had stashed in the toilet. Melissa shouted, "That's mine." I told her I was going to flush it and she screamed, "If you do that, I'll kill you." You have to be tough to run a sauna. So I stood my ground and she backed down. You never knew with her. She was like a tiger who would lash out at any moment. Coworkers also saw Melissa's anger boil over when her former employee took his girls to see the Ladyboys of Bangkok at the Edinburgh Festival. It was going to be a great night, but soon all hell broke loose when Melissa ended up in a fight with this massive woman. The other sauna girls also claimed that Young would steal their possessions, and strongly suspected that she would sell them to pay for drugs. After 9 turbulent months at the sauna, Young had an explosive row with her boss. I'd spent 13,000 pounds on a facelift. Melissa was very jealous, he said. She also had small breasts and wanted me to lend her 3,000 for a boob job. I refused and said she should save her own money instead of drinking it. Then I found out she had started turning tricks at her flat. I was angry because she was trying to steal our customers. After all this, I sacked her. Melissa was evicted from her apartment after a client knocked on the wrong door and her neighbors called the police. Her former employer said that he witnessed her descent into greater depravity over the years. He claimed she boasted off taking groups of drunken men, as many as 13 at a time, to the back of a nightclub to have sex with her. She was also a serial shoplifter who had clothes worth thousands of pounds piled in her flat when she was arrested. The interview with her former employer painted a picture of a highly disturbed person who exacerbated their poor mental health with the habitual use of hard drugs and alcohol. Someone that was so disconnected with any sense of human decency that they'd murder a person over a Christmas present. Maybe this Christmas, we should all be a little more grateful for the gifts we receive. You never know who might take the rejection to heart and plot a terrible, bloody revenge. A few Christmases ago, I was driving my kids back from visiting their grandparents out in the countryside. They moved out to this big old house once my dad sold his business. One of those offer you couldn't refuse things, and which meant he could retire like 10 years earlier than expected. The house itself is amazing. The only problem is that it's in the middle of nowhere. The kind of place where the nearest village is like 20 minutes drive away. It's also one hell of a drive to and from the place. One that involves traversing some pretty secluded stretches of motorway. So like I said, it's maybe only a week before Christmas, the 16th or the 17th of December. My kids are really bloody excited about it. My wee lad is 5 years old, a true Santa believer, while my daughter had only just turned 9. So they're starting to cotton on that something isn't quite right about the whole thing, but they still sort of want to believe, if that makes any sense. So when they see a hand-painted, Christmas light dripping sign that says something like Santa's Grotto, 9 miles, they start going ballistic in the backseat, demanding that I take them to see Santa. At first, I straight up refuse. It was a long enough drive without pulling to some lady to spend the better part of an hour nattering away with some old fella in a red suit. But the pair of them threw an absolute fit, to the point where I decided I would get far more peace if I just capitulated and let them spend a few minutes indulging their childish imaginations. Like I said, my eldest was just on the cusp of figuring out that Santa was just mom and dad sneaking out in the middle of the night to take their presents out of the car before stashing them underneath the Christmas tree. Every time I imagined her getting older, getting wiser, figuring things out, becoming a young adult, it had me choking up like nobody's business. So I suppose I just wanted her to enjoy her naivety just a wee bit longer. Besides, once she figured out the truth, it was only a matter of time before she spilled the beans to my youngest. And that was a day I most definitely wasn't looking forward to. So after a few more signs like Santa's Grotto 3 miles, I finally see the turnoff that I needed to take to get into the grotto. It takes me down this long, dark dirt track that at first I thought I might have taken the wrong turn. But lo and behold, after about 5 minutes or so, I see another one of those janky hand-painted signs for Santa's Grotto. The kids are just about ready to burst at this point, but I make it clear that we're not staying any longer than 10 minutes, and they're to be on their best behavior, leaving when I tell them to leave. At least Santa can see what bad little children they are. The threat of coal in their stockings was more than enough to have them promising me to be good. So anyway, I expected a quaint little winter wonderland type of thing, with a few other families milling around. The place was barely even decorated and looked completely deserted. It was a little more than a porta cabin with a few caravans parked around it. Like, I'm not messing when I say whoever was in charge of this place had put more effort into decorating the road signs than the actual site itself. I had a bad feeling from the get-go, but I knew better than to reverse myself and tell the kids to get back in the car. They'd have gone absolutely mental getting so close to meeting Santa, only to be told that I'd just up and changed my mind. So against my better judgment, I decided to give the place a chance. We walked up to the porta cabin, which seems to be the place where the grotto was, and knocked on the door. There was no reply at first, so we knocked again. And as we did so, one of the doors to the caravan swings open. This heavy-set older fellow with a big gray beard sticks his head out and gives me a death stare. I look over at him and in my cheeriest voice ask, "We're here to see Santa. Is he around?" I give a quick nod towards the kids as if to say to the fella, who I was guessing was the one playing Santa, to get himself together so the kids wouldn't throw a fit. He doesn't say a word at first, he just stares at me, almost like looking through me. Like there was nothing behind those eyes at all. He finally says something like, "I'll go and fetch him," then shuts the door, only to reemerge a few moments later dressed in what was without a doubt the worst looking Santa suit I'd ever seen in my entire life. Not only was it lacking any kind of white belt, there's no belt or anything. The bloke had pretty much just rounded up a collection of red clothes, then whacked on a cheap Santa hat to round the look off. And on top of that, the clothes were absolutely filthy, covered in grease stains with a collection of what appeared to be cigarette burns in the pants. He walks towards the kids and asks them if they're excited to see him. They give each other this cartoonish look as if to say, "Who the hell is this guy?" Then the bloke has to repeat the question in a characteristically festive voice before they even really twig to the fact that this was Santa Claus. They just sort of nod at first, watching in confusion as he takes a key from the red pants and unlocks the porta cabin before beckoning them inside. The interior was absolutely terrifying. Like I'm a grown-arse woman, and even I got the creeps from stepping inside. It was dark and grimy, and the use of cheap Christmas lights managed to give the place kind of a festive torture chamber type vibe, as opposed to the cozy grotto feel they were obviously aiming for. The crowning piece of creepiness was the fact that mounted on one of the walls was what I guessed was an old sheep skull that had some plastic deer antlers taped or glued to the top of it. It would have been creepy enough in broad daylight, but the fact that it was being partially, then fully illuminated by red and green flashing lights gave it a truly hellish aesthetic. Santa sat down on a grubby old couch that stunk of piss and old ale, then smacked his knee as if to invite the kids to go sit on his lap. Neither of them moved. Their lack of reaction prompted Santa to give them something of a scowl, before he curtly asked them what each of them wanted for Christmas. Both of the kids were so nervous by that point that I had to prompt them to reply. The awkward exchange went on for a few more minutes, until I turned to the kids and told them that we had to leave. As I'm ushering the kids out of the porta cabin and back towards our car, I feel a hand grab the crook of my arm and squeeze. I turn to see Santa's face pushed right up against mine.
his breath reeking of ciggies and hard booze. 50 quid, he hissed. Sorry, Santa, I haven't got anything on me, I said, trying to be polite as possible but maintaining a passive-aggressive tone. But I promise, me and my husband will leave out some extra brandy and mince pies for you on Christmas night, just to make up for it. I don't even know why I was keeping up the pretense by that point. I'm pretty sure the whole experience had scarred my wee lad for life, and it pretty much destroyed any remaining festive belief in my daughter. Effing B, the Santa growled at my back. Definitely not exactly what he said, but I'm trying to keep this all PG-13, so to speak. Just keep pushing my kids back towards the car, turning back briefly to see that Santa is no longer alone. He was never alone. A gang of other people have filed out of the other caravans and are following us back towards where I parked the car. And starts off the chorus of, "Where do you think you're going, love? You haven't paid. He told you. 50 quid. Get your purse out, or we'll get it out for you." My kids were on the verge of tears at this point, and if I'm honest, I wasn't far off either. I gave in, took out my purse, and started sifting through to see if I even had 50 in notes on me. Right as I'm doing that, this kid, this actual bloody child, just snatches the whole thing out of my hand and runs back towards the caravan with it, only to be goaded on by the gang of skanky-looking grown-ups going, "Good lad, that'll teach her." B needed to learn some generosity. It is Christmas after all. I didn't do a bloody thing, well, aside from getting in the car and driving off. The damage control from that bit of horribleness was a hell of a lot of work. And I'm pretty sure it was the singular event that broke my eldest kid's belief, and we had to reassure my youngest over and over that he was just a bad man pretending to be Santa, and that the real Santa would most definitely be putting him on the naughty list for what he'd done. But honestly, I think it's me that belongs on the naughty list for putting my kids in that position in the first place. And for putting myself in the most terrifying Christmas-related event that I've ever gone through. Far, far scarier than my first Christmas with my mother-in-law, if you can believe that.
We live in a world where expectations of privacy are at an all-time low. A home is often where we feel we can close the doors to prying eyes, let out a breath, and be our unapologetic selves. But what happens when those eyes don't stop at the door? When they move in? When they become your silent, captivated, and uninvited audience? To be closer to family, 20-year-old Amber Dawn found herself living alone in a one-bedroom apartment in Enumclaw, Washington, only 3 blocks away from her brother and sister-in-law, with a beautiful view of Mount Rainier from her balcony. Being on the top floor, all that was above her was an attic, with a small trapdoor in her bedroom ceiling connecting her home to it. Following a day of unpacking, Amber turned off her music and got into bed where she heard footsteps above her. Clear, distinct footsteps. This being a new home, however, Amber gave the benefit of the doubt, reminding herself that new homes are often full of new noises, and this could even be her own act of imagination. She made a mental note that she would address it with the landlord the next day. After bringing her concerns up with staff and being met with explanations such as squirrels or raccoons, Amber chose to believe them and carried on with her life. She was self-described as meticulous. Amber knew the contents of her cupboards and kept track of all of her groceries. She began noticing over months that food and drink would go missing, not often enough to raise any alarms though. She played it off. It could have easily been her brother who had a key to her apartment, or perhaps it was just plain exhaustion from working multiple jobs and was causing her to forget. She confronted her brother over the phone, and again went back to her life with her cats and a newly adopted German Shepherd puppy. Amber was called home one day by her landlord due to her bathroom flooding. She was keeping her puppy in there during working hours, and as she was still being house trained. So she came home as soon as possible, only to find that the puppy had been placed safely in the sink. Too small to jump in there herself, and the landlord denying that they had done it. Amber's suspicion about it all began to rise. 6 months had now passed in living in her new home, And despite the noises, Amber found comfort in knowing that family was nearby. She had moved to a small and a safe community. Most of her concerns she was able to write off as logical explanations. Though, she would soon later say deep down she knew something was wrong. She didn't want to believe it was real because she didn't believe it herself. Amber found herself sick one day and stayed home for the first time since she'd moved in. Around 7 o'clock at night, while watching television, she heard a loud thump in her bedroom. But like anyone who's a pet owner out there, she attributed the noises to the pets and didn't think much of it. After her shows had ended, she decided to take a bath. Bathing is often a point of relaxation for people, an intimate and vulnerable part of a person's day, often used to unwind, to quote-unquote wash the day away. Having had a day of not feeling well, Amber had the lights off and lit a candle. As she got into the tub, she noticed the hatch in her bedroom ceiling was open. Time came to a crawl. She sat in the tub for what felt like minutes, as what she saw pulled all the puzzle pieces together. The footsteps, the food, the drinks, the doors, the puppy. Think about this for yourself. Put yourself in her position. What would you do? All those noises that you'd attributed to normal things, logical explanations, but now you realize that they weren't. You realize that there was someone living inside your house, someone alongside you, someone you didn't know was there, but they knew that you were there, watching, waiting. Amber wasn't alone. She hadn't been alone since she moved in. Surprisingly, Amber remained calm at an impressive level, knowing the person could only be hiding in one place, and that was her bedroom closet. This being 1995, before cell phones were in everyone's pocket. She had resolved to make it to her landline phone to call her sister-in-law for help. She continued to maintain her calm, as to not to alert the person inside her closet. Seeing herself in the reflection of the mirrors on the door, knowing that they were right behind them. She continued to go over the details in her head, to reassure herself that ultimately the person didn't seem to mean any harm. But they had at least 6 months of access to her and her home. Not once they'd come out to hurt her. They even saved her puppy. But they were cornered now, and who knew how they would react if she confronted them. She found a hammer for protection and contacted her sister-in-law when she arrived home, who quickly told her to get the hell out of there. Hammer and puppy in hand, she walked out of the apartment and down the steps, all the while hoping the intruder wouldn't come after her. Thankfully, she made it to safety and went with her sister-in-law to call 911. When the police arrived, the intruder was gone, but evidence of their stay remained. Amber moved out the next day. Now married with children and living in Illinois, Amber Dawn still remembers the incident vividly. She has learned to believe in herself, to trust her instincts, and suggests that you do the same. By the turn of the 1990s, the vibrant glitz of glam and hair metal had given way to a darker, more visceral kind of music. A pushback against the melodic highs of Poison and Motley Crue had given rise to guttural roars and chainsaw guitar riffs, with bands like Pantera and Slayer pushing heavy metal music onto new and more brutal frontiers. Yet just as the likes of Slayer had taken inspiration from horror movies and historical atrocities, so too did other artists who sought even more disturbing muses. One such artist, Jonathan Davis, was a founding member of the nu metal band Korn. Davis once held a job as a mortuary assistant in his native California, and as you can imagine, this meant he was privy to some extremely disturbing and heartbreaking things. Then, years later, as he trawled his consciousness for lyrical inspiration, Davis remembered the time at the mortuary and began to write. The 7th track on Korn's 1998 album, Follow the Leader, is simply entitled, Pretty. Small, white legs, broke. The pain between her thighs. I see your pretty face, smashed against the bathroom floor. Those are 4 lines that could raise hairs on even the arms of the most hardened metalhead. But even more unsettling than the lyricist's choice of words is the fact that there's a very real backstory to the song.
When I told them I wanted to be a coroner, Mom and Dad both thought I was a problem child and wanted to cut up dead bodies.
Davis said in a 2011 interview.
My dad was in the music business and hated the idea of me living that lifestyle too. So, when I was 16, I got the job at a coroner's office after graduating mortuary school. I was about 17 at the time. It was heavy, man. I went through all kinds of therapy afterwards too,
Davis confessed.
I found out that I have post-traumatic stress disorder from seeing all those bodies. Like how American veterans in Vietnam War got it from seeing all the death around them. When you see someone dead, it traumatizes your brain. One of the reasons I'm so messed up in the head is because I was so young, and my brain couldn't store the stuff. I didn't know what to do with it, so my brain freaks out and causes trauma.
When Davis was asked if working as a coroner taught him anything, his answer was cognate and surprisingly upbeat.
It definitely taught me to appreciate life more,
Davis said.
I cut up a lot of my friends, and have seen everything that I could possibly imagine. Every kind of heinous crime you can imagine. Worst thing I've seen, I had a 10-month-old baby who was abused to death by his father. Its legs were totally broken, just totally killed by abusing him. I've seen many things like that, so I've learned you just have to appreciate life, and I've learned how people really are, and how this world is. The world can be a dark, dark place. Most people don't see it firsthand, they just read about it or see pictures. But when you see it staring you right in the face, it's an eye-opener.
Davis denied that the infant question was his inspiration for Pretty, adding that his lyrical victim is an amalgamation of 2 separate victims of abuse that he'd helped do an autopsy on.
In terms of who inspired the song, she was an 11-month-old little baby. Like the little boy I mentioned, they were assaulted until they were literally dead. And it was without a doubt the most heinous thing I've ever seen in my life. I still have nightmares about it.
It's certainly not uncommon for an artist to pour their own real-world experiences into their work. And Korn's Jonathan Davis proved no exception to this. Yet unlike many other artists whose work is often inspired by love, loss, or passion, Korn's music is a spine-chilling collection of the monstrously macabre. On August 27th of 1991, Seattle-based 5-piece Pearl Jam released their seminal debut album, 10. It was a record that helped shape the Seattle grunge scene, the melodic yang to the gritty yin of Nirvana's Nevermind, with one journalist calling it a flawlessly crafted hard rock masterpiece. The heady highs of their first single, Alive, was swiftly followed by the mystic dueling guitar solos of their second, Even Flow. But it's 10's third single, which is the subject of this segment, a song simply titled Jeremy. Despite officially being Pearl Jam's 4th EP release in the fall of 1992, Jeremy did not chart in the Billboard Hot 100 until it was re-released in the summer of 1995, and its failure to chart the first time around might well be due to its subject matter. Pearl Jam's frontman Eddie Vedder was no stranger to controversial lyrical content at the time Jeremy was penned. But unlike some of his other songs, which detailed fictions of his own creation, Jeremy's lyrics were inspired by a very real event. On February 10th of 1975, Jeremy Wade Dell was born in Murray, Kentucky as the second child of Joseph and Wanda Dell. He was just 4 years old. The family moved to Dallas, Texas, but a little over a year later, Joseph and Wanda agreed to divorce. Wanda gained custody of Jeremy and his older sister after selling the house. She and her children moved into an apartment at 8700 Shiloh Road. Despite growing in the shadow of his parents' divorce, Jeremy was a well-adjusted child and showed a remarkable artistic talent from an early age.
He won the first of shows at the Texas State Fair on 1982-1983 with an elephant painting. Wanda recalled that Jeremy was ecstatic at having his talent recognized, yet he remained unfulfilled. What the boy really needed was a father's love, but by all accounts, Jeremy's father was entirely uninterested in his son's upbringing. By the time Jeremy was 8 years old, Joseph Dell had been divorced from his second marriage and was continuing to chase women while Wanda remarried to provide for her children with much needed stability. But even with a new father figure in his life, the family's frequent relocations wreaked havoc on his education. By the time he entered middle school, he had already been held back a year. During the spring of 1990, a freshly 15-year-old Jeremy attended a winter chill retreat. It was sponsored by a Mesquite-based Baptist church, and it was here that he met a girl named Nancy. Although they came from vastly different circumstances, the couple shared an undeniable chemistry and began dating following the retreat's conclusion. Nancy was a year older than Jeremy, with long dirty blonde curls and a bright smile. Unlike her new boyfriend, she excelled in academia, led an active social life, and maintained interests which stood in stark contrast to Jeremy's fascination with the strange and macabre. Despite their differences, the couple's relationship flourished, at least until a sudden change cast their romance into doubt. Shortly after meeting Nancy, Jeremy moved in with his father up in the Dallas suburb of Richardson, possibly to be closer to Nancy, who lived in Mesquite. Just a month later, she told Jeremy she wanted to break up. This could well be down to the fact that Jeremy was becoming increasingly depressed, and some have argued that the mental health issues were the true reason for his move to Richardson. Either way, the breakup seems to have pushed Jeremy over the edge, and 2 days later he attempted suicide by overdose. After having his stomach pumped, Jeremy was admitted to the inpatient adolescent program at Dallas's Timberlawn Psychiatric Hospital. Founded in 1917, Timberlawn was once a highly prestigious wellness center, a place where wealthy Texans sought psychoanalysis and long-term stays as therapy for depression or exhaustion. In the mid-70s, Texas Monthly stated that Timberlawn is for the maladjusted wealthy bourgeoisie, but the conditions at the hospital were swiftly deteriorating. By the time Jeremy was checked in, it had become the site of a number of severe incidents. There were allegations of child abuse, carnal harassment, and assault, as well as violation of safety standards, which led to a suicide of a severely depressed woman. Fighting among patients was said to be commonplace, while staff incompetency led to poor record keeping, as well as filthy living conditions. There were also claims that the patients were given psychoactive medication without showing signs of aggression or agitation in order to silence them. Timberlawn was finally closed down in early 2018, after its license was revoked due to safety reasons. But by that time, irreparable damage had been done to the countless vulnerable patients, Jeremy being one of them. By the summer of 1990, he'd emerged from a grueling stay at Timberlawn with no signs of improvement. So much so that his parents agreed to modify the terms of his custody. His father became the managing conservator, with his mother agreeing to pay child support. To Jeremy, his mother loathed him so much that she was willing to pay his disinterested father to keep him. The thought wreaked havoc on his mental health. After bumping into Nancy at another church retreat in July, Jeremy climbed a cliff before threatening to jump. A member of the local community managed to talk him down, and church authorities even paid for a number of counseling sessions. But still, his condition did not improve. There are reports that Jeremy drove over to Nancy's house in the middle of the night, threatening to shoot himself if she didn't reunite with him. It marked the third suicide attempt in many months, and thankfully, Nancy seemed to have talked him out of it. But rather than quash his deep-seated mental issues, the talk with Nancy only delayed Jeremy's eventual meltdown, which would occur at Richardson High School following his enrollment in October of 1990. The high school's assistant principal, Mr. Rosenborough, has since stated that Jeremy was frequently truant, and that he'd been disciplined for threatening an algebra teacher with violence. His behavior resulted in an impromptu locker search, and the search uncovered several unsavory items. Jeremy was in possession of a large amount of whiteout, which back then had ingredients which produced a similar effect to solvents when sniffed. He also had a harmless but sensationalist book entitled Colts that kill. But perhaps the most alarming was the presence of a severed deer leg, something which Jeremy refused to explain when confronted on it. Around this time, Jeremy casually told a number of classmates about his preoccupation with suicide. One of these classmates seemed to have reported Jeremy's mindset to the proper authorities, as Jeremy was quickly ordered to report to the school counselor. Once again, he made zero progress in a one-to-one therapy. And by December, he was placed in Richardson High's In-School Supervision Program, or ISS. ISS is a disciplinary measure used in Texan school districts that typically requires a student to report daily to a designated room on the school campus, essentially serving as an elaborate monitoring system. Other students showed progress in the system. Jeremy did not. Instead, his behavior worsened, and after a run-in with local law enforcement, Jeremy's father made his home life almost unbearable. On January 6th of 1991, Jeremy spoke to a girl named Michelle, whom he's briefly dated after meeting at a Timberlawn psychiatric hospital. Michelle later recalled that Jeremy seemed even more depressed than usual, and seemed to take pride in the fact that he was seeking escape in increasingly potent narcotics. At some point in the conversation, Michelle informed Jeremy that she was pregnant, but he was not the father. She was stunned when Jeremy responded by saying he would die for her, and considering that books on childbirth and fatherhood were found in his possession around this time, it's reasonable to suggest that he was prepared to become the child's surrogate father. The exact transcript of the conversation remains unknown, however, but it's clear that Jeremy became extremely emotional during the exchange. So much so that Michelle felt compelled to contact his mother, Wanda, to warn her that Jeremy's behavior was extremely worrying. Sadly, Michelle has claimed that Wanda seemed completely unconcerned for her son, missing out on a crucial chance to prevent what was to come. The next day, Jeremy called his ex-girlfriend Nancy at around 6:30 p.m. He told her he'd gotten her a gift, an $800 ring from jewelers Lord & Taylor, and that he'd been mailing it to her the following morning. Nancy asked why he'd chosen to buy her such a lavish gift. Jeremy explained that he and his father were moving to Japan, and he hoped the ring would remind her of him when he was overseas. Nancy later said that she and Jeremy talked for almost an hour, and that she was genuinely upset to hear about his departure. Before hanging up, Jeremy promised to write Nancy regularly, and assured her that they would once again be reunited in the distant future. In reality, his father had no such plans to relocate to Japan, but the phone call would still mark one of the final times that he and Nancy would ever talk. The following morning after 7 a.m., Jeremy's father called him at home to ensure he was ready for school. Before his departure, Jeremy called Nancy one last time. She later recalled that he seemed to be in good spirits and there was no mention of violent intentions. He was so at peace, she said. So much more than I'd ever seen him.
At 8:20 a.m., Jeremy informed his father that he'd arrived at school. He then dropped off his backpack at the ISS classroom, then walked over to the Eagle's Nest cafeteria, named after one of the school's sports teams. Upon his arrival at the cafeteria, Jeremy gave one of his classmates an envelope containing the ring he'd promised to Nancy. He was in high spirits as he asked his classmate to mail the envelope for him, claiming that he wouldn't be able to do so himself. It later emerged that Jeremy had stolen the ring from his father's girlfriend, yet it was a theft that he'd never be held accountable for. At around 9 a.m., Jeremy's father received a call from his school's vice principal, informing him that Jeremy had gone missing. Around 30 minutes later, Jeremy walked into Mrs. Barnett's English class in room B201. It appears Jeremy was not a member of this class and was immediately given a hall pass by Mrs. Barnett so that he could be readmitted into the school's ISS program. Instead of walking out of the classroom, Jeremy took off a white coat he was wearing, walked all the way to the back of the room, then placed it over a chair. Class watched in confusion, but remained silent as Jeremy walked out into the hallway and out of sight. Mrs. Barnett resumed her class, but not a minute passed before she was interrupted again. It was Jeremy. He walked up to her desk, placed the hall pass down onto it, and reportedly said,
"This is what has to be done."
Before anyone could react, Jeremy produced a loaded pistol. He then opened up his mouth, placed the barrel of the gun inside of it, and pulled the trigger. His death was witnessed up close by up to 30 of his classmates. Not a single one of them fails to recall the events of that morning. It later emerged that some of those that were present in room B201 were students who had bullied or poked fun at Jeremy. And that forcing them to witness his suicide constituted a kind of self-destructive revenge. Jeremy's young life was over. They would have to live with what they'd seen. During the course of the extensive investigation that followed, police were given Jeremy's final piece of correspondence. Inside, they found the ring once intended as Nancy's gift, and the note inside read as follows.
Sorry, Nancy. By the time you get this letter, I will have blown my head off, aka suicide. Better known as Last Way Out. Newsflash, not your fault. It's Michelle's, along with about 137.5 other problems. I was just writing to see if you would go to the funeral. Call my house and ask for my dad. At least you didn't have to hear the boom. Love, Jeremy Wade Dell.
Although word of Jeremy's public suicide sent shockwaves across the Pacific Northwest, the story was quickly lost in a news cycle dominated by the prelude to the Gulf War. Yet interest in the story was later reignited upon the release of the eponymous song music video, which depicts an artist rendering of Jeremy's suicide. It went on to win 4 MTV Music Video Awards, including Best Video, Best Group Video, Best Hard Rock Video, and Best Direction, and was lauded as one of the most significant pieces of art for decades. Jeremy's accompanying music videos catapulted Pearl Jam into commercial success, but it also meant infamy for the song's subject. Eddie Vedder later claimed that Jeremy is an amalgamation of troubled teens across the globe, and that the song was never meant to demonize one particular boy, but has also admitted that its inspiration was indeed Jeremy Wade Dell's suicide.
A lot of people interpret the song in different ways,
he said.
Recently, I've been talking about the true meaning behind it. Believe me, I think of Jeremy when I sing it.
In one line of the song's lyrics, Eddie Vedder urges us to try and forget this, but it seems people will remember Jeremy, his life, his death, and his song for a long, long time to come. Formed in the Irish city of Limerick during the late 1980s, an alternative rock band, the Cranberries, would first win fame for their jangle pop perfection of their hit single, Linger. Yet the following year, the group generated a great deal of controversy by releasing a much heavier song, both in sound and in subject. During the opening verse, singer Dolores O'Riordan softly sings,
Another head hangs lowly, a child is slowly taken. In the violence, cause such silence, who are we mistaken?
The references to heads hang low and a child being taken are vividly reminiscent of a funeral procession, and the sense of dread only increases as the lyrics proceed.
They are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are crying.
At that point in the song, it's not clear who they are, but as the bridge transitioned into the chorus, Dolores clearly has a question for the belligerents, as well as a stout accusation. What's in your head? She asks, before declaring them zombie, 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 unthinking, unfeeling, the walking dead. But again, we are forced to ask ourselves, who exactly is she referring to? On March 20th of 1993, the Liverpool branch of the mental health charity, Samaritans, received an anonymous phone call. The call came around noon on a Saturday, arguably the busiest time of the week for any major metropolis, with the usual droves of shoppers swelled by the ranks of the city's legion of soccer fans. That afternoon was host to what's known as the Merseyside Derby, which is when the city's 2 soccer teams face off in a highly anticipated local showdown. Almost every pub and bar in Liverpool would be overflowing with red and blue jerseys, including all of those in the city center. which is what makes that anonymous phone call all the more terrifying. When the Samaritan's receptionist picked up the phone, all they heard before the line went dead again was a distorted voice say,
"There's a bomb outside of Boots."
Boots being the name of a nationwide pharmacy chain. Call came at the height of the Irish Republican Army's mainland bombing campaign. A time when entire cities were brought to a halt by bomb scares. So naturally, such threats were treated with grave severity. The receptionist wasted no time in sharing the caller's claims with law enforcement. Within minutes, the police officer hurried to the pharmacy and began to evacuate the surrounding area. However, once the area had been cleared, no such explosive device could be located. Some assumed that the bomb threat had merely been a ruse, as the IRA were known to employ such deceptive tactics as a low-cost way of wearing down enemy morale. But in truth, the threat had been genuine. You see, the IRA operatives hadn't planted their improvised explosives outside of the Liverpool branch of Boots, but rather a branch in the nearby town of Warrington. By the time police officers realized this, it was far, far too late. At exactly 12:23 and 12:25 p.m., the IRA detonated two highly explosive charges on Bridge Street, in the heart of the town's commercial district. They had chosen a time when Warrington's low town center was teeming with innocent civilians. But it's the staggered detonation of the bombs which best encapsulates the perpetrator's malice. Witnesses stated that the terrified throngs ran from the site of the first explosion, only to flee directly into the second bomb's kill zone. Even more horrifying is the fact that the second bomb had been placed in a cast iron trash can, essentially turning it into a giant hand grenade. And it was that same metal trash can that terrified shoppers congregated around, believing themselves to be safe. And when the second explosive detonated, the effects were nothing short of catastrophic. As news of the bombings burned like wildfire across radio waves and news wires across the planet, conservative estimates places casualty figures in their hundreds. Almost 20 different ambulance units from towns and cities across the northwest of England were deployed to assist the bomb victims, and the halls of local hospitals soon echoed with the screams of the dying. Yet, miraculously, despite hundreds of innocent people being in blast vicinities, only 56 people were wounded, and only 2 people were killed. Local ambulance crews were lauded for their cool competency and rapid reaction times, and were credited with saving scores of innocent lives. But even the most reverent of the outside observers remarked that Warrington had been very, very lucky. But some folks didn't feel very lucky at all, such as the parents of 3-year-old Jonathan Ball and 12-year-old Tim Perry. The 2 boys were the only ones who lost their lives that day, and their deaths made what arguably could have been considered a close call into a deeply sorrowful event. Jonathan's father had taken him into town that day so he could buy his mom a Mother's Day card. He would never see her again. He died almost instantly when the second bomb exploded, his tiny body almost completely eviscerated by deadly combination of shockwaves and shrapnel. On the other hand, Tim Perry had survived his initial wounds, but fell into a coma after his arrival at the hospital. Despite being clinically brain dead, Tim's friends and family prayed for a swift recovery. But just 5 days later, doctors determined that he was unlikely to ever wake up. And Tim's parents made the difficult decision to withdraw life support. He died in his parents' arms in Liverpool's Walton Hospital, and Britain grieved with them. But as the shock and sorrow of the bombing subsided, one overwhelming emotion remained: anger. Less than 24 hours after the attack, a splinter group known as the Provisional IRA claimed they had carried out the bombings,
responsible for the tragic and deeply regrettable death and injuries caused in Warrington yesterday, lies squarely at the door of those in the British authorities,
an IRA spokesman claimed,
because they deliberately failed to act on precise and adequate warnings.
This spokesman would go on to deny any responsibility for the deaths of Tim and Jonathan, claiming that
you don't provide warnings if it's your intention to kill.
But while it's true that a warning had indeed been given, the fact that such a vague threat was delivered to the wrong location speaks volumes of the bomber's intentions.
To be clear, no mention was made of Warrington,
said the region's chief of police.
and if the IRA think they can pass on their responsibility for this terrible act by issuing such a nonsensical statement, they have sadly underestimated the understanding of the British public.
When news of the bombing reached Cranberries' lead singer, Dolores O'Riordan, she knew right away that she had to write a song about it, and that occupied her thoughts so much that the melody and lyrics came to her, almost subconsciously. She was particularly affected by the IRA spokesman's claim that although they were responsible for the bombs, they were not responsible for the death of Tim and Jonathan. To her, they were the words of a man whose body functioned, while his brain did not. And from that concept sprang the song's title, Zombie. During an interview in 2017, Dolores stated that
there were a lot of bombs going off in England, and I remember a child was killed when a bomb was put in a rubbish bin. That's why there's a line in the song about a child being slowly taken. We were on a tour bus near the location where it happened, so it really struck me hard,
she explained.
I was quite young, but I remember being devastated about the innocent children being pulled into that kind of thing. So I suppose that's why I was saying, it's not me. Even though I'm Irish, it wasn't me. I didn't do it, because being Irish, it was quite hard, especially in the UK, when there was so much tension.
This is sadly correct, as innocent Irish folk all over England found themselves demonized over a conflict that they largely tried to escape from. Having learned the song's backstory, it's difficult not to remain stoic while listening to Dolores' cries of, "What's in your head?" It seems inexplicable that a person could still consider themselves innocent or righteous after taking the life of a child. Given the indignation such a crime can generate, it's perfectly understandable why an artist might wish to pen a protest song in response, especially if they're culturally or geographically close to it. Yet despite this, the Cranberries' former manager stated that their record company begged them not to release the song, citing it as politically controversial. Executives even offered the group a check for $1 million if they'd opt to lead with an alternative choice of single. Much to the approval of her bandmates, Dolores reportedly snatched the check from her manager's hands, tore it up, and told them that Zombie would be released.
Dolores was fragile, but very opinionated,
her manager later said.
She felt the need to expand beyond "I love you, you love me" kind of songwriting, and writing about what was happening in Ireland.
In an interview with Los Angeles Times, Dolores confirmed the check rumor to be true, asserting that,
"I just cannot accept children being slaughtered at the hands of political violence, and I'd like to think Zombie made people reflect a bit on our society and what we've become."
Sadly, Dolores passed away in a London hotel room in January of 2018. But although she's gone, the legacy of her songwriting remains eternal. Not only has she left behind some of the sweetest love songs of the 1990s, but also one that's as heartbreaking as it is horrifying.